Okay, so we should be live on Twitter and YouTube. Let me refresh the Twitter chat. Okay, our plan for the day. Number one, happy Friday, everyone. Just double checking on work. There's more stuff to fix for Masijo's API, but we got past the 405 errors, which was good. Mostly. I think there's probably a couple random ones, but we got past like the bunch of them. We also need to push up some changes to the Gitbench UI. Pretty necessary. And we had some issues with the turbo stream. So we're going to try and fix that too. So yeah, that is our plan for the day. I think I'm going to do dumplings for dinner tonight. They're nice and easy. Switch this. There we go. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Oh, you guys aren't seeing shit. Well, hold up. What's going on there? Uh, okay, let me try one thing. I'm gonna switch the USB port that it's going into. There we go. That was it. What happens when rebooting? Okay, so mm, so wait, what is in this file? All right, so we did some discovery. All right, so yeah, let's do this. Open spec, apply, change. And what was the start of this? Oh, and I think we just kicked this off for no reason. I think we were just like showing that part, right? Yeah, I think we were just showing that off. For these, we did the exploration, we did the apply. Let's inspect what we did here. Let's make sure that's installed. Yep. Okay, so then from here, just want to resolve some of these threads that we had kind of left over. Okay, so not quite. Oh, and there we go. We reproduced that bug again. All right, so yeah, coworker was doing something that makes sense. Where are we grouping the presets? It's not in test. Ah. Okay, so yeah. We could just prompt this. So we added presets to the model selector. The context presets probably need let me do this. Sorry, I got to do one more thing. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry. So I just got to share this with real quick. Sorry. I can get more music going though. We haven't heard this album in ages. Yeah. There we go. All right. Okay. Cool. And what up, Slash? How you doing? What are you up to? You're only the second chatter. Like, where is everybody? Where's Brainless? Where's Kenny? Okay, let me try this. YouTube just gave me a generic fucking bullshit thing, so I might have to reboot. Hold on. Uh, okay. And what's up, Freezing Hot Dog? How you doing? And thank you for the follow, Slash. Appreciate that. Welcome. So yeah, we are hammering out some stuff. I like what we got so far. Yeah, I like that. All right, so then this is feet, add model group presets. Oh, and then I forgot one thing. Open spec, archive change. How's uptime reliability here? Yep, yeah, we just started that one off. And it is just kicking along. And then how is our token usage? All right, so yeah, we chewed up a good chunk of our usage yesterday. I think we've got like 4 resets, so I think that's fine. But yeah, what you up to, freezing hot dog? Anything fun? So yeah, that thing ticking along. And dude, the Kimmy K3, like, dude, so many tests failed. We're getting through it. But hold on, how much did it cost? Okay, Kimmy cost us about $9, which I think is pretty accurate. It's a fairly expensive model. You're almost out of your OpenAI weekly limit. Yikes. Do you have any resets left? I think I'm sitting on like 4. You know, bragging about it, no big deal. Oh, 2. I think I'm on 4 on the work machine. But yeah, which model have you been using? I'm getting pretty good results from Soul Medium. Okay, so that's pushed. Get bench token reporting. Dude, this H key failing is getting me. Soul medium. Nice. Yeah, makes sense. And yeah, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Fallen, was it you that asked me if I was going to render ATL? I feel like they had a turquoise name, but I could be wrong. It was a while back. Because I just got the news that I am going to render ATL. Okay, so we got that one done. We need to finish the model group presets thing. All right, so then model group presets is the name. Uh, okay, cool. So now I can pull that down over here. Uh, cool. Getting those changes pushed up to prod. We can delete these since we have pushed them. And then this thing still clucking along, huh? Yikes. How much is that eating my usage here, man? Damn, that's 4% already. Yikes. Okay, so yeah, that keeps chugging along. That stuff we're all right with. And yes, we are back to the schemathesis stuff. Let's do that right now. Which tab did I do it in? Yeah, we're doing it here. Let's just run it and refresh ourselves on what's going wrong or what the issue is. All right, 77 failures. I feel like that number is going kind of down. Oh, so yeah, this part's tricky. So we'll get codecs going for this. All right, so we want to explore um, our examples in our OpenAPI spec, OpenAPI specs, schemas have placeholder values like A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. We probably need to replace those with real. Today is Friday in California. Well, it's Friday on the East Coast, too. Wait a minute, where are you at, Sushi Roll? I thought you were East Coast. Didn't you say that? So isn't it Friday for you, too? Yeah, yeah, you said that. Yeah. I'm not going crazy. Or at least not for that reason. Yeah, with real IDs so that schema thesis can work. The API key is All right. So yeah, this is an interesting one. So yeah, we need real IDs in our schemas or in the examples for the schemas. That way, Schemathesis can do its thing. Oh, and it uncovered. Yeah, man. I like the discovery. Good job, Clanker. It noticed that when we do our fixtures.exs, we're not actually creating an API key there. So we would need that. And it can run any mix run commands. I'm not too worried about the DB going weird. Interesting. All right, so while that's clanking, and yeah, what's everyone up to? Any plans for the weekend? If the weather's nice, I might try and golf on Sunday. Oof. Oh, neck pops. Damn, this thing is clanking. Oh god. But yeah, you got any fun projects you're working on, Sushi Roll? I know you mentioned you got a bunch of downtime and a bunch of tokens to burn. Okay. So here's another thing I kind of want to clank on. And I think we could use GLM 5.2 for it, at least for now. Let me double check. Does Olama have I'm gonna guess Olama does not have. Yeah, they don't have any new models yet. Or actually, yeah, all right. So yep, 5.2 is probably the main thing we want to use here. All right, so I'm thinking this is actually a moment where we could try another spec-driven development tool. So one I've seen is Barnum Circus. Oh, it's like a flu thing. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So hold on. Let's look this up. So OpenSpec is, well, besides SpecKit, the most popular, which makes sense. GSD. Right, then there's BMed method. Agent skills. Agent skills is a big one. Oh, superpowers. We haven't used superpowers yet. And we haven't like built a full-on thing with Matt Pocock's skills. Adios Mani has some skills as well. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's look at the list. All right, so I guess number one, how up to date is this? 3 weeks ago, 5 days ago. So yeah, 2 days ago. It's getting iterated on. Superpowers about 2 weeks ago. Looks like there were some hooks that needed to be modified from the codex stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Are they still hiring for that? Oh, it actually looks like it. They don't list a rate though. Okay. So then Matt Pocock's skills. Has anyone used this? Oh, interesting. Shell mute. That's cool. I had not seen that. Thank you. Let's take a look. Okay, okay. Oh, I like the subagent TDD. Spec Kitty? I've never even heard of that. What? And yeah, what's up, Slash? Ooh, and hold on. All right. So let's double check what we're doing here. Okay, so the recommended shape. An ecto reset, then we do a schemathesis.prepare. Yeah, I like this plan. Create the proposal. Okay, so then let's double check on some of these other things that are running. I think this is good enough. What is that? Oh, let me check what Sushi Roll sent in the Discord. Oh, I got it. That's what the reference was. Now I see it. And that was a while ago. Yeah, it took a minute. Okay. Today is Friday in California. All right. Oh, forgot to start that. So I'm curious what changed here in the monitor. Uh, yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with all that. Okay, I think we're done. Yeah, ready to archive. All right, so then all right, so we haven't edited much there. There's open spec changes, but that'll be fine. So we're going to apply that change. What is the weather looking like here? Seattle weather, AccuWeather. Sunday is looking mostly sunny and beautiful. Okay. Let me double check and see if someone wants to golf on Sunday. Alrighty. So yeah. Man, I haven't even heard of Tracer yet. Or Tessel. what? And what does the number mean? Just the amount of steps? Interesting. So superpowers and get shit done do pretty well, like score-wise. Tracer seems okay. Looks like Tracer's an extension, though. I don't know if I want an extension. Yeah, OpenSpec is pretty good. Yeah, I'm thinking about using get shit done again. But superpowers seems like it would be pretty solid too. And we haven't used superpowers before. So I think that kind of lends itself. Dude, this is very cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. You really like superpowers? Yeah, I haven't used it before. All right, so yeah, let's do superpowers. Why not? So what is the getting started then? It differs by harness. If you use more than one, install it separately for each one. Okay. Burns a lot of tokens. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be using GLM with it. People said the same thing about Spec Kit, and Spec Kit didn't seem to like completely destroy our usage either. Now the decision is do we want to use open code or Pi? Yeah, exactly. And I've got my Olama subscription, so yeah, we wanna kick it loose. It almost feels like Pi would just be easier. Like, why does OpenCode need its own entire? Like README. Yeah, I think Pi just makes more sense. Oh, you don't have to ask for mixed test stuff. And then, yeah, so here. Okay, and then let me double check this. Brew. That should update for us. Yeah, it was fairly out of date. Okay, so we're going to make a directory. And what do we want to name this thing? Oh, I guess. And hold on. Let me do this. We need more music, obviously. Let's do some albums we just haven't listened to for a while. Oh, I think this one's fun. All right, so I don't know what we're gonna call this. This is we're gonna make a BS name. It's gonna be GK CLI bench. We're probably gonna need to update Pi. Yep. So then one thing I want to double check. Harbor framework. And does Turbo Repo support Python? Looks like it does. Okay, so then I like the idea. Let's scaffold a turbo repo. And actually, I think, yeah, we messed up here. All right, we're going to use PNPM. Oh, I guess here's the big thing. If we're going to use pi, we can't, yeah, we can't use, can't use Kepler. So that would be a reason why we might want to use OpenCode. Or, yeah, no, we just use pi to scaffold it and then we'll call it good. Yeah, I think that's fine. We can't use pi inside of Kepler. So Kepler, if you haven't seen it, is a new thing from GitKraken. And then, hold on, yes, sync now. Which is kind of like conductor or T3 code or just a bunch of those kind of like ADE, right? Agentic development environments. And it doesn't have Pi support because Pi doesn't ship with the ACP plugin by default. You took a 5-hour nap today? We wondered why you took so long to show up. But yeah, how's your recovery going? And, oh, man. Oh, my arms are way sorer than I thought. Oof. It's going okay? Nice. That's good. Yeah, exactly. And when you're sleeping, you don't feel the pain. But yeah, our bodies heal the most while we're sleeping, right? All right, so let me just do this. Oh. All right, so that's moved over to there. AT Proto Sandbox, we can close. Let me do some of this. All right, we want to stage all. And then here, fix, prevent. Push that up. All right, so we got the turbo repo set up. What we want to do now is, yeah, how do we install superpowers again? This. Sure, we'll update auto research. Why not? So hold on. So what is the flow with superpowers, I guess? Like, we got it installed. So brainstorming might be it? Yeah, who was it that said they use superpowers? That was the Cohen. And let me know if I'm saying your name right. But yeah, I'm really curious about like what is your workflow with superpowers? If you're still out there, and if not, no worries. Okay. No, no, Pi's working. Now we're trying out a new spec-driven development framework called Superpowers. And it's more than that. It's just like it's a set of skills for the most part. So I want to what's up, Khalid? How you doing over on YouTube? What you up to? Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. Sorry, I just gotta fix one thing for a work thing. Okay. Compared to Get CLI and Jujitsu. Is it Jujitsu or Jujutsu? Jujutsu. Yeah, that's what I thought. I always do that wrong. All right, so yeah, I want to create a project similar to the cbench.dev that measures the efficacy and speed of doing tasks with the GitKraken CLI compared to the Git CLI and JJ CLI. Man, this H key dying is killing me, man. And we're probably not going to need Harbor for this. Harbor would be for a different thing. Oh, and this is where this album goes a little meh. So let's find a different album now. Ooh, Same Old Co. We haven't heard this one in a while. Okay, it's got a web fetch set up, so that's fine. Wait, what? Dude, that's a lot of shit. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Hmm. Oh. All right, so Harbor makes sense. It's from the terminal bench creators, runs agents like Claude Code and Codex in Docker containers, and handles parallel execution. Solid choice for agent-driven. Yes. Um, C. All right, so yeah, here we are trying to scaffold out another kind of benchmarky kind of thing, right? We want to see how much we improve over raw Git. And we're using superpowers to do this brainstorming. So yeah, it's going to come back with some feedback. Let's look at some more stuff here. Yeah, you can run that test. What's this one now? Okay, so it can keep doing that. Let's double check on what's going on here. So we pushed that up to Jetstream Turbo. It should have had enough time. And yeah, let's actually close some of these tabs. I know it's rare, but we're gonna do it. Oh, I do want to keep spec compare around. That will leave for now. Deep Sweep we can close. And oh, yeah, we got stuff to fix for Vexilla too. That took a long time to load. Oh, is Reddit support coming? Oh, he needs to update his favicon. And then, like, where's the login button? I guess it's just start free. Mm. So wait, why can't you sign up with GitHub? Yeah, I don't know. I give up on the DocDuck thing for now. So wait, did I already push that up? I did. We did chat with him about or we sent a message to him about like making it more like brandable. But okay, so we closed some tabs. We'll leave what we got there. Now let's find the Jetstream Turbo. All right, so we'll create that PR. It's going to need to run the benchmarks, which hopefully don't die. So yeah, that'll take a little bit to run, actually. No, you don't need to do that. Interesting. Well, yeah, we do a force drop, which I think is fine. This is technically the Airwolf theme song, as recorded by a group called Samo and Co. If you do the song command, you can get a link. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't work. Hold on, I forgot that. We did a reboot. We rebooted yesterday. Mm, CMD. Okay, so now that is running. Let me do this. Okay, so that should work now. There we go. Am I doing dev in Rust right now? We've got one project doing some Rust stuff. So yeah, our Jetstream Turbo implementation is a Rust project. We're currently running the benchmarks on a change that we made. And what's up, His Excellency? That's a solid name. Oh man, you should have made it Your Excellency. That way, when people say it, they're like, "Hey, what's up, Your Excellency?" Then they're like, giving you the proper gravitas. And there you go, Binary Pie. We're doing a bunch of stuff. One sec. Napster is still a business? What? No way. Huh. They're looking for a developer experience engineer. They don't list the salary. Right, next I'll be telling you LimeWire is still a thing. Yeah, exactly, binary pi. It might be worth it. So I am multitasking. Yeah, we got a few things going. All right, so number one, we've got stuff for Masijo kicking. All right, and then here, yeah, we're scaffolding out a new project as an experiment. So yeah, we're using superpowers right now. It's our first time using it. We've used a bunch of other spec-driven development tools. So I've used SpecKit, I've used BMAD method, OpenSpec, GSD 1 and 2. Ah, I got like a bump on the top of my like the roof of my mouth. It's really annoying. I think it's just like a clogged saliva gland or something. Yeah, it's not ideal. But whatever. I gotta stop fiddling with it and it'll get fine. All right, real quick. So it's like a trend going around on Twitter about people being like, "This is the person that runs this account," and it's like their baby pictures or like they're like a picture from their childhood. So Dylan Mulroy, right? Born to deliver value to shareholders, born to eat all the food. I think most people were, especially if you were a June baby. Like, what else happens during September? You know? Okay, so here we go. Symmetric scenarios only keeps it fair and focused based on the GK CLI capabilities. Here's the proposed curated scenario list. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we've got 2 to 3 architectural approaches for how this will work. There is the Astro results site. There is benchmark direct benchmark agent, fixtures between them, graders, TS types shared with the web. Oh, all right. So B would be a single tool. Okay. Yeah. A works for me. All right. So let's double check this. And what's up, Newman? How you doing? Damn, these benchmarks take forever to run. We're working on a bunch of stuff. And we're scaffolding a new project as well. So this is the structure they're trying to build. Let me zoom out a bit, just so it's not quite as wonky. Yep. So now the data flow and result schema. And then hold on, let's double check on this. This looks like it is ready and done. Oh, no, yeah, it looks right. Okay, so we'll archive the change. Or actually, I don't know if we care about archiving the change because we're not committing any of these specs. So I think that's fine. All right, so then Schemathesis hooks. Let's double check some of this. Okay. Okay, let's try and run this. Let's just rebuild that just in case. Seems like way more passing scenarios now. No, still 79 failures. Okay, so as far as that goes, I will say that is good enough for me. Squash and merge. All right, so Jetstream Turbo kicks off. So that should fix a bunch of our uptime reliability issues. It'll take a minute to deploy, but that's fine. So yeah, this streak is going to break. But that's fine. All right, so then continuing along. Mm, let me double check. Where is this? It's going to be over in docs, I think. Ooh, nice. So yeah, just got a like a mini golf bag. I got one of the cheapo ones. I got a nice golf bag coming that's like lighter weight. Dude, the golf bag I have is heavy as fuck. I also have too many clubs in there right now, but yeah. And like the zippers on my current golf bag are like all busted, like they don't close properly and they rip open. So yeah, I've had this golf bag for like 6 or 7 years now. So it's worth an upgrade, I think. Don't expect to have to like buy another for a long time. I got a new pair of shoes coming too. But music wise, let's get some more stuff going. Okay, so oh, okay, hold on. Config equals dev, and then it's a dash dash. Hold on. Oh, did I do it in this one? Yeah. So there's something up here. That's a solid one, Ian. I feel like I've heard that one before, but yeah, I like it. Do I vibe code? Depends on the thing. So I guess this is the tricky bit. Let me find the script. Hmm. Okay, so I think we cleared. Yeah, we did. Damn. So we cleared the context, so we're not going to be able to resume that same one, right? But maybe there's like resume latest, last. Yeah, dash dash last. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's going to try and fix that, which is awesome. And yeah, so fog fern. Fog fern muffin in sight. That's a solid name. I like that. Do you vibe code? All right, so while that's running, hey, we got a nice solid refresh of the turbo monitor, which is good. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so the goal will be that we maintain full uptime, right? Masijo should not have any downtime from here. I know, right? All right, so then we can get back to this part. We got the results JSON schemas. Does the flow and schema look right? I'm going to say yes, because I don't even know what we really want out of this. Yeah, sure. This is very much just an experiment. Like all the things I had major opinions on, we've gotten past. So this part's going to just continue on its own. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that looks good too. So yeah, this is going to be my first time using Harbor Framework. And yeah, I think we're going to want to probably start using it for other stuff too. Yeah, hold on. So let's look at, and this is the part where I'm going to have opinions, I think. But yeah, so I think there's other benchmarks we want to build eventually that are going to be Harbor Framework based. Like maybe there's even one where we could fine tune MCP tool descriptions to make sure they get invoked more often. Things like that. That would be kind of cool. And honestly, that would be a cool tool as well. Hold on, let me throw that in the Trello board. Okay. Oh, wait, am I still paying for Copilot? I gotta cancel that shit. Yep, I am still paying for it. And yeah, I gotta cancel the Gemini too. I'm just not using it enough. It's not worth it. But more slop tools. So this would be harness eval framework to make to fine tune MCP tool descriptions so they get invoked. More consistently. Skills too. Yeah, I think that would be a fun one. This would definitely be harbor based. Oop, wrong thing. All right, so the Astro stuff. Right, a static results site presents the findings. Yep. What does the Harbor framework do? It's by the people that made Terminal Bench. So it's basically a tool to script benchmarks with with the harnesses. So I'm currently building a thing called GitBench, and it's already launched. You can check it out. It measures, models and their ability to do Git things. But this is just a request response to OpenRouter. Whereas instead, maybe not for GitBench, but for other things, we would want to script actual like agent harnesses, right? So that's the basic idea. All right, so yeah, that all looks pretty good. Oh, you aren't gonna need it for now. Nice. Yep, React Islands for filtering, charting. All right, so it's then going to go and fetch the Get Kraken branding. And yeah, if it's not obvious, I work at Get Kraken as a developer advocate. The Git bench thing is, something we'll use as like a top of funnel kind of thing. I just need to create the funnel part. So there will be an email gate for like a PDF document. No, this is Pi. Nice. I mean, do you still use GitLens in VS Code? Because that's also ours. Oh, I mean, do you use VS Code? Because if you do, yeah, GitLens is one of those like essential plugins in my opinion. There's others that do some of the same stuff, but maybe not quite as robust. So I don't know, worth a shot. Not a big deal if not. I will say, we made a new thing. You've been using anti-gravity since you have a Gemini sub. And right, like anti-gravity is just a VS Code fork anyway, right? So you should be able to install GitLens into it if you want. But up to you. We made a thing called Kepler, which is pretty cool. It's it's an orchestrator tool, so similar to like T3 code or conductor or some of those other things. I think we should probably add anti-gravity CLI support. I don't think we have that yet. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. So that's another good thing. And what was that? Maticus Games. What you up to? How you doing? And I don't think I follow you yet. So now I do. Perfect. So, day 198 of the 2026 grind. Nice. I haven't kept up how many days I've been streaming this year, but it's about 5 a week. So, yeah, what were you doing on your stream? So it was a nice co-working stream, and you got some stuff done. Nice. When you say co-working, does that mean you're like not showing your screen? Because this is basically a co-working stream as well. But I can show the stuff that I'm working on. All right, so we've got like 2 or 3 projects that we're kind of kicking on right now. Oh, and yeah, hold on, let me read what you got. Started your self-employment this year. Ah, okay. Sometimes you show your screen, most of the time you don't because of camera angle. Oh, so wait, are you saying like you don't do a screen capture using OBS or anything? Because like I'm not showing my monitor. I'm just showing like you know, my screen, if that makes sense. All right. So yeah, and oh wait, hold on, I missed a thing. You worked at a huge SaaS company for a while, and you think they would freak out if you streamed your work? Yeah, probably. But I'm not talking about like work. Like some of the stuff I'm doing is related to work, but it's not anything proprietary. It's not like it's any of our like closed source code, right? It's fine, Manicus. No worries. But yeah, so the stuff that we're working on right now is we have our service, our thing called Masijo, and we're working on testing. And I don't have a proper Masijo command. I think project works, but we do more than just Blue Sky now. But the idea behind Masijo is that we listen to keywords on social media, and then you can get notified when someone mentions a keyword so that you can slide on in as a reply and, maybe like help someone fix a thing they're complaining about for your product, or maybe let people know that your product does something better than some other competitor if they're complaining about a competitor, stuff like that. So yeah, what we're doing right now is Masijo, we are creating a public API for it, and there will be API keys that you can use. And then after we have the public API fully tested and verified, we'll do an MCP server, and we'll do like an SDK and some of that stuff. But we need to validate the public API spec, right? OpenAPI. And the way we're doing that is currently we're using a thing called Schemathesis, which is the main goal. And it's doing a bunch of fuzz testing and some other stuff. And we just ran into an issue where like it wasn't able to spin up the database in a way that we wanted. So now stuff like this, we're running it. We got the clanker clanking. I code by hand sometimes, for things I care about. For this, though, I don't necessarily care that much. So yeah, we're just clanking along. No, it's fine. I think I get it. I mean, that's literally how I'm set up right now. I've got a monitor here and 2 monitors there. Like one on my right, one on my left. Or 2 on my left. And they're vertical. These are from my stream PC. My work PC is then captured via a capture card into the stream PC. But I've got the camera right here, and I can look right at you while I'm talking because I got a teleprompter in front of it. But I do have to like roll over here and scroll up. You first noticed me through Coppinger. Oh yeah, he's great. But yeah, get some sleep. Have a great day. We'll see you again soon. Thank you again for the raid. Appreciate you bringing your audience over to us. So yeah, we're doing a few things. Okay, so we're not going to archive any of that because we're not committing the OpenSpec stuff. So we do this. Okay, so we have way less failures. But things are massively broken. Um, it looks up combinations of words as well. That's called a compound keyword, and I think you may not have access to it as a free user. But let's just go log in. So here, right, the words social media and manager, right? So if we go to edit it, right, you can do and, you can also do, I think, a not as well. So if you're getting like a bunch of kind of noise and stuff like that. And actually, we can just create a new one. That's maybe a little easier. So we go compound, blah, blah, blah. We can say not, blah, blah, blah. And then boom, right? We only currently support Blue Sky, Lobsters, and Hacker News. We're going to add lemmy.world as well because it's open. And then, yeah, Reddit and Twitter are going to be way tougher. But At least this is like niching down specifically for like tech companies. We could add Mastodon too if there's a good way of listening. Like, is Mastodon federated enough that we could do a listen? Yeah, Reddit's going to be a lot harder, and there's other tools that do Reddit. So it's less of a concern for me. So Mastodon.social is probably the one that we should look at. Okay. Hmm. Maybe collections? I don't know if collections is it, but yeah, adding Mastodon is not a bad idea. Let's add that to the linear board. And Lemmy.world listening. Yeah, so I think that could work. Oh, but hold on. We need to go here. I forgot a label. Yeah, so not a bad idea. All right, so we should make sure to kill the dev server when done. We should also hide the dev server's CLI output. So yeah, one thing that we're doing right now is we're using a thing called Schemathesis to validate our OpenAPI specification, which is pretty cool. I think there was like a .org, right? .io. So yeah, it's pretty nifty. So it takes in the OpenAPI specification, and then it generates a bunch of like fuzz tests and like other tests just to make sure that the OpenAPI spec does what it says it does, right? All right, so then this, we can continue along. And yeah. So the thing we're doing over here, and for people just joining, I have built a thing called Gitbench. And Gitbench measures like the model's ability to do Git things. What things? Well, if we click into benchmarks, there's blame forensics, right? Branch cleanup, commit messages, commit squashing, right? Bisect, submodule usage, stash recovery, etc. All sorts of stuff. It then just does a pure request response to OpenRouter for each model, and it's like, I'm trying to remember the exact number. It's like 200 something individual like tests that are then run against each model's effort level and averaged, as well as in text output and structured output as well in JSON. So some models do way better, right? Like Opus does better if you do the JSON thing, which is interesting. Most of them tend to do better via text. And then these like little whiskers you see, those are just like the range of values, right? So 87% all the way up to 95. Or 97, technically, right? So we got that, but that's just the OpenRouter kind of like back and forth. There's another thing that I think maybe I might have inspired the GitButler team to build, where they are running a version control benchmark for coding agents. And I'm not sure I inspired it. I have no idea. Where they are measuring the ability of like the but CLI command, that's what they called it, compared to Jujutsu or Git directly. And they're running this within Codex and Claude. Right? So the basic idea is we're going to do something similar. Yeah, how about butt rub? That's one of the commands they got. It's fucking hilarious. So we're going to do something similar for Gitkraken stuff, because we have a Gitkraken CLI. It's just called GK, so a little more boring, right? But yeah, we're going to do the same thing. I think there's like other stuff we're going to try and do. I don't want to be a jerk about it and like throw them in this list, but yeah, GitButler, they're very cool. They even shouted us out here in the bottom, right? Like related benchmarks, Gitbench, which is pretty cool. I guess here's the Git Good bench, which hasn't been updated for a while, which is interesting. And yeah, we know one of the core maintainers of GitButler, Caleb, who hangs out here on a regular basis. I guess theoretically he had watched the stream like years ago, and then I met him again at Git Merge, and you know he's been a regular, you know, ever since, which is pretty cool. But yeah, just in general, we want to be able to like show that, hey, even for Codex and Claude, we could theoretically run faster than Codex and Claude would accomplish similar goals or something, right? So that's at least like the theory. And if we don't, well, at least we can optimize things like that. But just again, it's another thing to just like prove like why tools like this are useful. This is the last song on this album, though. Let's find another. That one's like a sleepy time song, too. Here we go. This one's good. So, yeah. I'll snooze this ad, because why not? Okay, so QA testing. Oh boy. Yep, looks good to me. Yeah, we're not going to need visual regression testing for the web app. Who cares? Cross-platform CI matrix, we don't give a shit. Mac Linux will be fine. And it's not a service, it just runs local. Yeah. So yeah, continuing along. Let's double check the turbo monitor. Yep. So we're maintaining pretty close feature parity to the baselines, which is nice. We are maintaining faster rate than Grace.social, which is nice. Yeah, our uptime is shit. But at least over the last 24 hours, we got 99.9. Because, yeah, we had a major issue here with the turbo stream where we were down for like 4 days. I think it was more than that. It was like a whole week. And yeah, if we are hard up and only have Windows, you can rock WSL, sure. But yeah, we're not going to need to run our benchmarks on Windows, so I think that's fine. Mm, looks good to me. Good old LGTM. So yeah, this is my first time using superpowers, so we're giving it a shot. I've used other spec-driven development frameworks before. Uh, GSD 1 and 2, OpenSpec, and BMAD method. Oh, and SpecKit. So now we're giving superpowers a try, because I haven't used it yet, and it seems pretty nice at least. All right, so yeah, that's writing the plan. How is this one doing? Looks like we had a leftover server. But yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing? I'm thinking it might be whiskey time. We had a few yesterday. Probably don't want to go that ham, that ham today. Oh, cool. So yeah, you're just chilling on a Friday, unemployed. You took severance instead of a PIP. Oh, interesting. And once severance is up, does that mean you can start doing unemployment insurance too? Or is that one of the things that like and CA is that Canada or California? California. Okay. Yeah, because I guess the severance gets paid out in one lump sum, right? It's not like you're on the books past that, like waiting on a paycheck or anything. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, that sounds perfect. I was just curious if you even get like unemployment insurance when that happens. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's cool. That's awesome. How long you planning on coasting for a bit? 6 months full insurance, nice. Yeah, that's huge. You got any like side project thing you want to turn into a business or something while you're coasting? Okay, that makes sense. Um, I'm gonna guess it's probably a no, but are you heading to Chain React? I don't know if you do React Native or not, but yeah, I'll be at Chain React here in like 2 weeks. Well, keep in mind React project or React Native project because they are different. There's enough like overlap, but they are different. Okay, React Native, nice. Yeah, it's a fun framework. You've wanted to pick it up forever. Honestly, you actually lucked out. It was a huge pain in the ass before Expo. Now Expo makes so much easier. You don't even need to go through Apple and their like testing bullshit. Like, dude, yeah, React Native was a pain in the ass, and Expo has gotten way better now too. Like the original version of Expo, you would have to eject the moment you want to install like basically any package. Now you can just build your own like I forget what they call it, like your own environment or your own like test app that has all that stuff bundled. So you can still get people downloading the app, scanning, and being right on in, which is cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, maybe not for this year because yeah, they've got all the talks locked up and everything. But if you ever enjoy like presenting the conference, Chain React is really good. And yeah, feel free and like propose talks for next year or whatever. It's a fun conference to go to and fun to speak at too. It's a great venue, like just awesome. But okay, so we've got our tests running. Technically, we get an error here because the Schemathesis local like fails. Um, it's in Portland. I forget the name of the theater, but they're at least going to be at the theater they've been at in the previous couple times I've been. And yeah, it's just a good, fun location. So yeah, it's in Portland, like downtown on the. I think on the west of the river. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So here we go. We only got 27 failures now. It was like in the 80s. So that's perfect. Some of these we're getting like oh, Phoenix action clause error. Aha, response violates schema. Okay, so we're getting actual like proper errors now, which is cool. Working at NBC was pretty awesome. Great perks. Every other week, they would walk a team of studio people through your office. So you put up a whiteboard as a joke that said, "Take a pic with a real developer, only $20." There you go. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, I like that. That's good. So yeah, we need to start going through and figuring out some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, this is awesome. Let's continue this part. All right, so this is going to kick off some sub-agent driven development, which I haven't messed with too much, but yeah, superpowers kicking it off. Dude, superpowers is nice. Okay, so yeah. This looks pretty good. Let's get more music going. Oh, this one's great. And then in the meantime, let me go use the restroom, and I will be right back. I'm gonna rinse my whiskey glass as well, and I will see you in just a sec. Alrighty. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? Wait, what? That's pretty good. That's one of the best ones so far. Anonymous gifter. The anonymous gifted sub went to I like your eyelashes. Well, thank you. Okay, and you got hacked today. $500 in key charges. What key? Oh, your OpenAI key. Oh, yep. Dude, that's brutal. How'd you leak it? Yeah, I mean, at least you caught it quick enough to catch that, right? Yeah, exactly, dude. Your limit was 5K? Oh, yeah. That's way better to do the 5 hundo than 5K. And then, yeah, dude, there's people that don't have limits set up and they are fucked. All right, so yeah, we are keeping pace here. We're behind by like 200 or 300 messages. I'm curious how far behind we're gonna get compared to the baseline, but at least we're ahead of Raise.social by 5K. We do still have an uptime issue. Hmm. So you shipped a little desktop app copy of WhisperFlow that used a key to do transcription. You thought you didn't need to mask it because only a few people would get it and the server itself is tight, but their antivirus checking included the key in the sample it used to check if it's dangerous, and it got snagged. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's annoying. I feel like I'd just make people bring their own key. Yeah, I don't think I knew that either. Oh, and I think I'm doing dumplings for dinner tonight. I know some of the antivirus things like upload the results directly to the internet, which I find super annoying. All right, so let's keep going. So this is going to burn probably a shitload of GLM tokens. Let's double check our GLM subscription. Resets in 1 hour. So yeah, keep burning. All right, so then this part, or actually this part, let's start fixing some of these. So let's go look at that schema. So it's the dashboard stats. So it's saying it's not an object? Oh. And it's because we're spitting out a top level array. Right, right. Okay, so then if we actually look at what we're doing stats-wise here for dashboard, we do a map. Right, okay. So I'm usually anti top level array on a response. How do y'all feel about that? And if you're unaware, it's an older thing that's probably not even relevant anymore. But top level array JSON response vulnerability. Right, so it's JSON hijacking a specific form of XSSI, right? Modern browsers have patched the flaw. And avoiding top level arrays is still recommended by OWASP. So the basic way it works is an array is treated as a valid executable JavaScript script, whereas a plain object is treated as an invalid standalone block, resulting in a syntax error. All right. They visit a malicious site, and then before loading the script, which could be your REST API thing, the attacker overwrites the default JavaScript array constructor or its properties, right? So then when the browser fetches the API script using the user's active session cookies, the top level array executes. The hijacked constructor intercepts each data element and exfiltrates it to the attacker's server. So it's definitely not a problem for what we're doing because we don't use cookies, number one, right? Not for like server authentication. We do use a browser side cookie just because we can share it among the domain, right? So like our subdomains get to share it with our like top level domain. And that allows us to do like the login button, you know, here, right? Dashboard instead of login sign up. But because we're not doing cookie auth, I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I don't think I care. So yeah, I think the way to fix this is we allow the top level array because whatever. Yeah, I think that's okay. So then if we go back down, we just double check 23, 27. I'm going to do Schemathesis local again. We still get 23, 27. Why is that? Oh, and I know what happened here. Yeah. Dot slash. Yep, we forgot to rebuild the OpenAPI spec. So that should decrease the amount of errors now, just by one. Son of a bitch. Oh, oh, yep, no, I forgot something. Okay, so this is just incorrect. Yeah. Okay. Hey, what's up, Standard? How you doing, Mister Sir? You going to any of the Seattle Tech Week stuff? Sure. Oh, wait, no, not submit. Stop. Yeah, so it's basically just all Luma based. Technically, though, there's the AI Tinkerers group, which is another group to maybe like check out if you're not aware. You know, and this goes out for like everyone else too. AI Tinkerers is like a like national, so there's a bunch of stuff. This one, AI Tinkerers Summer Bash or whatever. This is the one that I applied to. Could be worth checking out. But yeah, it's gonna be some rooftop party. I don't know where, but food, drinks, demos, and friends in a big room full of people building with AI. I mean, yeah, July 28th. I'm planning on going to this one. I'm going to try and see what ones there are on Monday. And then I'm not sure about Wednesday because there may be like a meetup in SF that I might have to go to, which is fine. But then Thursday and Friday, I'm at Chain React in Portland. So if I do end up going to a thing in SF, I'll be flying like with all my luggage and shit. And then like I'll fly from here to SF to Portland and then maybe take the train or a flight back to Seattle. I'm not sure the train or the flight would be any quicker or different. I'm curious about that now. Train from Portland to Seattle. 3 hours and 25 minutes. A flight from Portland to Seattle. Duration. So it's like an hour flight anyway, which seems odd, but I guess there's like the time you're like waiting in the air or something. Yeah, it's only like a 2-hour drive. Like what the fuck? So I'm not worried about price. Like, work's going to be paying for it, so I don't give a shit. But the problem is, like, I don't think it saves on time at all. Like you're supposed to get to the airport an hour before your flight kind of thing. So it's going to be at least like 2 hours versus 3.5. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Not sure. Yeah, not sure. But yeah, dude, it's crazy how like all these events just like overlap. There's a Founders Bash event in Seattle, put on by Ascend VC. But the Founders Bash event is on the exact same day as Git Merge. So if I get accepted for Git Merge, I'm not making it to Founders Bash, which is a bummer because it's a really good event. Like this is a great place to just like chat and hang out with a bunch of like, founders. And hey, I recognize that, dude. I wonder if I'm in this at all. Probably not. So many dudes. It is a dude fest for sure. But it's a really good event. Yeah, there's like a food truck outside, free drinks. Just I think they even have whiskey. Hey, there's Dave. Oh shit, and I know this dude too. I don't think I know these guys. Oh, shit. Oh, that's cool. Hold on, I'm going to share this with someone. Let me just paste the link here. Yeah, Dave's the man. He's a New Zealander, and he goes by the handle Kiwi Up Over. And he's the guy in the middle. Feel like I probably should remember this dude, but I definitely remember this dude. I know Dave and I forget this other guy's name. I think he might be a Chris. I don't remember. Um, I remember them from the Ember meetup, right? Anyone remember Ember? Reem Ember? That's funny. So hold on, I'm gonna send that to Dave. I don't know if he's seen that photo. Let me just do this. So yeah, let me just share that. All right. Anyway, back to it. Oh, there's that dude lurking. That's funny. But yeah, it's a fun event. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I get accepted for Git merge because I've never been to Portugal, so that'd be fun. But if not, at least I can go to that event because I'm already accepted, like to get in. But anyway, so let's continue. Let's fix this. So the way the keyword schema actually works, it's an object with a date value that is a string, but then we're going to have additional properties. And they are type integer. And required date. Required true does not go on that. Okay, so theoretically, that should fix one of these errors after we rebuild the SDK. Oh. All right, so that 27 number should be 26. We'll find out if it actually is. It seems like we're running a little slow. Oh, and yep. So yeah, this and all the sub-agents are just burning tokens. How's this doing? Wow, we're already at 20% for the session. And yeah, once again, y'all have any feedback on stuff I could do to make GitKraken's Gitbench better? Man, I gotta start putting together... I gotta start putting together slides and talk stuff for Commit Your Code Conf. We don't need to do that yet, but I mean, it's the... Dude, Commit Your Code Conf is like the first... Like the 2nd or 3rd of September or something? Third and 4th. Yep, day 0 is the 2nd. Yeah. So, yeah, I gotta book my flight and hotel room and all that shit. I gotta start building the slides. Oof. Yeah, I got a lot of shit to do. But if y'all are in the Texas area, anyone from Texas, dude, it's a $40 conference ticket. They don't have conferences like that cheap. That doesn't exist. Commit Your Code Conference is the only one. So yeah, last year 860 people, 8,100 attended online. They're expecting 1,000 plus. Am I going to use Slide Astro? We haven't worked on that for a while. We do need to like bring it back up for sure. I'm thinking currently Slidev because I don't think I'm going to have any like interactive stuff to do. Ooh, but maybe there is stuff we could do. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. That's a good point. Yeah, my talk's going to be about MCP servers. I forget, how long are the talks? I feel like last year it needed to be like 40 minutes or something. I think it's like 20 this year. Like 20 with maybe like 5 minutes of like questions. But I can't remember. But yeah. Recognize that, dude? I do. Yeah, Tracy Lee, uh, Leah, Rufio, Janet Spellman Marsh or something like that. I forget what she goes by here on stream. Or here like in stream. But yeah, it's like a good crowd, man. You get a lot of like the like there's Leon Noel back there, you know? Like you get a lot of just like the oh, and that's Dennis Ivey, I think. Maybe, I can't remember. Might not be. It looks like him. I don't think it's him. I think it's a doppelganger. But yeah, it's a good event. Like it's just really fun. Hey, oh god, Nick. Yeah, Nick's the man. Yeah, it's just good crowd, good crowd. And this dude right here. I mean, I think this is Wayne. Wayne's maybe that's Wayne. It looks a lot like Wayne. But yeah, this dude right here, he streams in the category. I forget what his name is though. And he used to stream in the category. Hold on, maybe he's in the list. Oh, Bree is awesome. Yeah, she's super cool. I forgot Zach's gonna be down there. Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get to party with Zach a bit. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. Marino, super cool fucking dude. I think it was Dennis Ivey that we were seeing in that photo. Yeah, Roxy kills it. She's speaking this year too. Michael Liendo, he does good content. You might know him as like Focus Otter. But yeah, Krista Mars, he's really fun to hang out with. Quincy Larson's the man. Dude, he's so cool. Scott McAllister is fucking awesome. He's at F5 now, which is cool. F5 is like the CDN company, right? I think. Jeremy Morgan, sick. I forgot he was coming down to this. He's super fucking fun to hang out with. I think I've met Mark Thompson once or twice. Dev's awesome. Dev Agrawal is great. Danny's always great. He puts on this entire thing. Like, he's got people helping, but yeah, Danny Thompson, the man. He's the entire reason this thing exists. Francesco, he's super fucking cool. I don't know if you guys have met Francesco, but you've probably seen like his like streams or podcasts or whatever. He's big into Rust these days, which is cool. Eric's a great dude. Met him, I think, for the first time last year, but I met him at like a bunch of different conferences, which is cool. Love that. Chris Nowicki's an awesome dude. Yeah, I know he was doing like the thing with Shashi. Like they had their Gridiron Gang or whatever, Gridiron Survivors, that's what it was. And then last time I chatted with Chris Nowicki, I think he was still looking for something. And then, yeah, like, he finally broke into tech, which is awesome. Claire, I'm trying to remember Claire's stream name. Mayan Wolf. Yeah, so if you guys have seen Mayan Wolf's stream, yeah, she'll be speaking there, or they'll be speaking. I don't know. I forget. And then, yeah, this douche. God, I wish that beanie was still like around. I think I lost it. I don't remember what, but it was also like it was super dirty on the inside. Like super dirty. Yeah, I mean, who's that guy? A way thinner version of my current self. You know. Hey, what up, Craggle? How you doing? Jason Torres is gonna be there. Fuck yeah. Awesome, dude. He was there last year. And I think that was Wayne that I was seeing in that photo. I'm almost positive it was Wayne. Wayne's a great dude, too. I didn't know Joel Hooks is going to be speaking at CYC. I got to meet him in person at Cascadia, and that was awesome. Not sure if he still holds a grudge over like me and Kent C. Dodds dealing with some shit. You know, not sure. And then hold on, let me get another album going. And yeah, hold on. This name seems familiar. Alex, I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, dude, like dude, huge crowd, awesome speakers. Like this is going to be one hell of an event. It'll be fun. If you're in the Texas area, or if you're looking to go to a conference, if you're looking to go to Texas, like Dallas area, why would you? I get it. I'm just having fun. It is a great event, and I recommend it for sure. And honestly, the barbecue is amazing. I am absolutely going to go get more Hutchins barbecue. I ate at Hutchins barbecue twice while I was out there. It was just that good. But hold on. I will throw this out there. Get Kraken is hiring. Right? So, especially if you're in Spain, like Alicante, we're looking for people in Spain, right? Data scientists, right? Software engineer for the Spain office, as well as remote software engineers. And I mean, product managers, associates, etc. Like, also feel free, but they're looking for someone like in the office a couple days a week for that. But yeah, just throwing it out there. I just found out that there's like a referral bonus. So if you're applying, let me know. Just saying, especially like, Spain or, this software developer gig. Like, yeah, just let me know. What is the level? I mean, if I'm looking at the numbers here, they don't even say years of experience, actually. So it does say mid-level. So not L1. I think it's hard to get an L1 thing. I mean, doesn't hurt to try. I guess where are you based? Because that might help. Like, especially if you're in the Arizona area, that's huge. Like, dude, I think they definitely make U.S. remote Kentucky. Okay, yeah. I don't see why we wouldn't, but the basic idea is they're going to want people who are using AI. They're not looking for anti-AI people, right? Anyone who is anti-AI there are only so many jobs in the world for you at this point. I'm not saying like you let it think for you, but you should be using it in some way. It's a tool. If you guys haven't seen, there's that Linus Torvalds thing. If we just go to Theo's thing, we'll find it. He tweets a lot, but I think we'll be able to find it. Because that's the way I found it. Theo talked about something about like Linus and Linux and bullshit, right? But he was like quote tweeting someone else. So now I gotta find it. Here we go. Yeah. So this is basically a direct copy from the mailing list. And this person just like, you know, got 1.3 million views just parroting shit from the mailing list. And let me pass this on. No, and I get that, right? But we still like, you know, we want someone who is backing the things they build, you know? But yeah, just at the end of the day, you know, there are people that really dislike AI, but this is an area where Linus is willing to put his foot down as the top level maintainer. It's not one of those anti-AI projects, and if somebody has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it, or just walk away. It's not a problem. AI is a tool, just like other tools we use. And it's clearly useful, right? But again, a fool with a tool is still a fool, right? So it matters how you use it. And that's the most important bit. Like, I've definitely come around on the AI stuff, right? Like, I think anyone who remembers, I was fairly anti for a long time, right? That's fine, my secure gift. I think Copilot is one of the worst out there, but at least you're trying. You're getting your feet wet. But yeah. There you go, Dean Dev. I get it. Like, here's the biggest thing. Yeah, a pet insurance plan. Right, Craggle? Yeah, dude, get Kraken. It's a good company, dude. I would personally push back eventually. Like, we don't get Juneteenth or Martin Luther King Day off. I feel like as a company, you should at least do one, right? But we do get plenty of vacation days and unlimited vacation days, you know, obviously within reason. Which AI do I recommend? I mean, my secure gift, if you're just getting your feet wet, Copilot's fine. Yeah, use Copilot. It's totally fine. I do really like the Olama subscription plan. I feel like I get a lot of good value out of it. Codex or Claude, like, you don't need the $200 plan bullshit, right? Especially if you're being very particular and caring about how you use it. And if you're just exploring this stuff, don't use ultra code and don't use the max effort levels. In fact, max effort levels are basically never worth it, especially for what we've seen with Gitbench. So there's a lot of stuff, right? Even the open code Go plan is worth it, I think. It's $5 for the first month. So that's cheap, right? The reason I think Copilot's fine, even though a lot of people consider it the worst, is because you can try all sorts of models, which is hugely valuable. And that's the reason I recommend Ollama, because Ollama also has a bunch of different models, right? And most people hear Ollama and they think like, oh, the command line, like local stuff. No, Ollama has a cloud, and using that cloud has value for sure. Right? $20 a month and you get a lot of usage out of it. I don't know what the fuck bug that was. It had wings. Why didn't it fly away? It's dead now. But yeah, and I get it, Dean. Like, dude, no one's forcing you. I just think there's still stuff that it's worth, like, exploring. Especially because, like, look at it this way, Dean. This is the cheapest it will ever be. These subscription plans are going away. They are definitely going to go away. This is the cheapest it will ever be to get your feet wet. Yeah, there's gonna be a rug pull, but honestly, the people who have skill in using these things are still, like, that skill will apply into the future when we're paying for tokens, especially if you understand how to, like, optimize for cost in some way. But just right now, it is the cheapest it will ever be, and it'll probably get rug pulled. But would you rather spend money now versus later? It's gonna be more expensive later to learn this shit. That's the main thing I want to get at. And just remember, man, like, I was anti for a long time because this shit really sucked for a long time. I think around November last year is when it started actually getting good, and I still didn't even fully jump in until like January, February, right? So just throwing it out there. No pressure, but honestly, like, dude, $20 here, $20 there. It's fucking worth it. Like, look at it this way. Have it build some side project bullshit thing that you don't actually care about the code for. Just have some fun building some side projects that you just don't have time to build yourself. Where you don't care about the inside of it, you just want the thing to work. I bet you've got a bunch of projects like that you just haven't had time to start. All right, think like fun, stupid projects that, like, there's no way to monetize. Ugh, whatever. But it'd still be cool. You're gonna start a new job as a forward deployed engineer. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's an interesting job, and so many companies need that, right? Like, almost every software as a service needs that. So yeah, that sounds fun, go to. You don't have to say where at, but I'm curious where at. If you feel like saying, if you don't want to dox that, you don't have to do anything. I know people here on Twitch like their anonymity. And yes, I'm quoting anonymity. That's from me, myself, and Irene, I think. And hey, 26 failures, 10 errors. Well, hold on. One of the failures improved, but did we get another error after that? Well, shit. No, no, you don't have to say sorry for that whatsoever, man. Nah, you're totally good. Totally good. Yeah, I'm not trying to get people to dox themselves. I was just wondering if it was something you were willing to say. That's fine, man. But yeah, I'm happy for you. So yeah, it's all about building multi-agentic pipelines. Oh, so almost like some LangChain kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a bunch of companies that do that. I think there's another that I met someone, they work at, I think it starts with an A. It's like something that starts with an A and then AI. They also do like the LangChain style multi-agent pipeline bullshit, which is cool, man. Like, dude, companies need that. Like, that's almost something that good like contractors are going to be set up to do as well. Like, hey, as a freelancer, I can help you and your business set up multi-agent pipeline bullshit for tasks that you want done like on a recurring basis. Like, I don't know, like collating receipts or I don't know. Like, it's tough to think about things that do like financial bullshit. But yeah, man, I'm happy for you, dude. But yeah, Dean, don't feel bad about it either. Not trying to pressure you into the AI thing. I think there's plenty of things about AI to be anti, but just like just to maintain your employability, you gotta fiddle with this stuff. Nah, it's just more like, dude, could you imagine being anti fucking code completion? And wait, what's an OE? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Dean. There's all sorts of stuff that AI is perfect for doing when you don't want to spend the time on it. Oh, I don't recommend the overemployed thing, personally. Like, you can do side projects. I don't know about the overemployed thing, though. It just seems unethical to me. I'm not saying it is unethical, it seems that way to me. And hold on, let me do this. Okay, so hold on. You did overemployment for like 2 weeks because you didn't want to leave during a bad time, but couldn't push off starting the new job. Nah, and I get that. And the job you were leaving wanted you to stay and just do both, and it just didn't feel right. Yeah, I get that. Like, just don't do things that you're not comfortable with because that eats at you, you know? It will really eat at your like satisfaction and stuff like that, right? All right, so you got a question for us, and thank you for the follow 3 minutes ago. Appreciate that. You have a server PC with like important credentials, database credentials, etc. Is there a way for you to have a dev who can fix the source code, etc., but can't access, abuse the credentials or other sensitive info? I mean, so technically, it depends on how your software is built. What I would say is if you have your source code in a proper source control like Git, and you don't ship your keys with that source code, that dev should be able to get up and running with like mock keys or other things, right? So I think that's the big thing there, Nins. Like, yeah. So if your source code doesn't have the keys shipped up, they should be able to work on the source code locally without needing access to production. And in fact, I think that's how it should always be. A dev should never have production keys. Nah, pretty much never. There's some people, like one senior dev may need it, or like, director or, you know, lead, like staff, principal. Like, I get it. They may need production keys from time to time, but it should be very, very limited scope of who gets access to that stuff. So yeah, you should be able to do it. And if you don't, maybe that's the first thing that you need them to fix, right? The local dev environment. If there's something missing, they can help you make your local dev environment better, right? So yeah, Kraggle's helping fix that problem at the company they're at. Yeah. Like no fucking random dev should have production API access or production database access, like all that stuff. It's actually just a bad like data security thing. So think about it this way. There was a time where a junior dev dropped the GitHub database. That was a thing. There was downtime associated with it. We're talking like 2017 or 2018 or something, right? Because of that, right? Was it the dev's fault? Fuck no, it was a bad process. The dev should not have had access to production database stuff. So one thing is like, well, did the dev get fired? No. Why would you fire the dev? You already spent way more money training them to never make that mistake again. Why would you waste that? Why would you throw that away? And it also uncovered a like an organizational failure. All right, closing some tabs and bullshit. There we go. But yeah, someone left, their account got deleted, reCAPTCHA keys went bye bye. Yeah, that's gnarly, but it uncovers something that should have been fixed at the organizational level ages ago. So yeah, that's just a thing, you know? Yes, yeah. Your development environment is the place where you would be modifying source code, right? So ideally, the dev who's going to do the work would just clone the Git repo to their local machine, and then they would need to go set up the keys that they might need. But theoretically, a local database is a local database, and you don't need keys for that. It's just password bullshit, right? So spinning up a local database is their problem. But they will help you uncover whether your documentation, your README, actually has the stuff they need inside of it to do the work they need to do. And that was my favorite part of bringing a new dev onto any project. As the lead on the teams I've worked on, that was the best part. New devs joining the project, try and just like read the README, bring it down, launch the project locally. If you can't do that, it's your job to fix it because that's going to be your first pull request. So it's a really easy way to get people like onboarded and then have them vet the onboarding process. And their first pull request, their first commit can be fixing a thing that's broken in that process. I loved that. That was my favorite thing. Because that's what I do at most companies, right? Like when I join, a company or whatever, it's the same idea. I'm sitting there, I'm pulling down the database. No, so NINs, you do not need the mock database anywhere. The mock database is something that lives locally. So this is another part of like the dev process. If they can't get up and running with a mock database locally, well, that's also a problem with your development environment, right? With setting up the local dev environment. They should be able to run all of the stuff they need to locally. Now, you may need to create a bunch of mock data that they can then inject into the mock database, but you should make that a reproducible thing, right? The data should live as like maybe a SQL dump or whatever, but making sure that there's no actual customer data in it, right? So yes, you could spin up a mock database locally that has a bunch of fixture data, which is just, fake mocked data. That lives in a SQL file that they can just like run to import into a local database. And Docker and things like that might be something you're really into as well. There's an art to all of this stuff, and it's not going to be perfect right away. And even that first dev that you hire to do some stuff as a contractor, they are going to maybe fix some stuff and help you get your dev environment going, but they're not going to make it perfect on the first try because they're going to do some stuff that maybe doesn't get documented and doesn't make it into the README. So the next dev is going to find more holes, and eventually, after enough people do it from a completely fresh starting point, you've got something that is fully like reproducible. But it takes time and it takes effort, and it's, if you've never done it before, it's a lot more effort. But it's worth it. Especially once you consider all of this like mock stuff and development environment stuff is something that you can turn over to a clanker, right? Some AI, so that they're not touching production either. Because you do not want AI touching production. That's a terrible fucking idea. I know Levels.io says it, but Levels.io is not necessarily the best engineer. He's a builder. He's an indie hacker. That doesn't make him a good engineer. He's gotten way better over the years. But I think there are still gaps in his like engineering practices. That doesn't mean he's bad. It doesn't mean he should feel bad. It means that he's got more to learn. We all have that, and it's okay. And does he have to learn that? No, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Right, sorry, just responding to my friend. There we go. So yeah, again, how's everyone doing? You having a good Friday? We're sitting here, we're hammering out some bullshit code. We definitely got some fixes to make for this stuff. I almost kind of want to. I kind of want to try and figure out a bit of like an orchestration for this. Okay, so hold on. All 117 tests pass. What's the official app to automatically like upload and retrieve data? You've been manually doing it? Well, when you say data, do you like truly mean data or do you mean the source code? Or are you talking about the mock data? Because mock data can live with your source code, and it probably should live with your source code. Okay, so like doing commits to your source code. I mean, I still use the CLI for a lot of stuff. There are tools like there's GitHub Desktop if you want to just stick purely with GitHub. I work at GitKraken, so technically I would recommend GitKraken, but you don't need it. You don't have to do it. It's fine. GitHub Desktop, it's not perfect, but it works. But at the end of the day, the command line's fine. I do work at GitKraken, so I would be remiss if I didn't recommend GitKraken. But let me just point out, it's a paid subscription thing, and you might not need that. There are things that would make this really useful, though. Right? So, I don't know. Let me at least show it. So if you're working on a team, like look at it this way. Git for pushing and pulling, dude, command line works fine. But if you, and okay, I'd have to upgrade to get access to this, right? Like it's a paid thing, sure. But the idea is that with a launchpad, you could see your issues and things that like need resolving and stuff you got to work on. So there's like a way of seeing this that's better than the GitHub thing, especially if you have multiple repos to deal with, which is kind of nice. And there's like a lot of other stuff that I think GitKraken helps for teams. But if you're solo, I think it's less useful, and I don't know if it's necessarily worth the cost. And I'm sure the company would be a little upset with me for giving it to you straight like that, but I just got to do it, I just got to be honest. You do not need GitKraken as a solo dev. There are certain things that are really nice about it. It's especially useful if you work on a team. No, it's pretty cheap. I know we're increasing the cost, but it's like $6 a month or something. Like, dude, it's pretty cheap. So yeah, your first seat would be $6 a month. And then the next seat would be 10. Yeah, like it's not crazy expensive. Yeah, exactly, nins, for sure. But again, you don't necessarily need Gitkraken. But the moment that you have other people you're working with, it might be a nice way to like view their pull requests and issues that are assigned to them in like a cleaner interface, because doing so via like GitHub can be really annoying, especially if you have multiple repos. If you only have the one repo, you can probably juggle that just fine within the GitHub UI. But also, like, dude, the GitHub UI goes down from time to time, right? Ugh. So you can separate yourself from like GitHub's UI downtime, which could be valuable too. Yeah. Like, there's a 14-day trial. Like, fuck it. You know? One of my favorite features in Gitkraken, like, look at it this way. We could take maybe these commits, right? And then recompose the commits with AI, right? Boom. Now I'm going to cancel it because I don't necessarily want to do that yet. Right? But when we say recompose commits, right? You can have something explain a commit, like if someone left a bad commit message, just one click of a button, boom, generating. And hold on, I can zoom in now. Oh wait, I may need to update. I probably need to update. Oh, and that's weird. Do I have a promo code referral thing? Nah. I work for the company, so it's fine. Let me put it this way. If you do like it and you're a fan, I believe we have a way of like leaving feedback. Maybe we don't have that built in. I don't know. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Like, technically, we should be able to see the referral, but I don't need any credit or anything. Like, nah, we're good, man. If you end up being a big fan of it, maybe tweet about it or something. Maybe even tag me saying like, thanks, blah, 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 for pointing it out to me. But that's only if you like it. Like, dude, I'm not worried. If you don't like it, you're not going to offend me. It's not a big deal. One second. Sorry, CEO asked. But yeah, thank you for asking. I do appreciate that. If there is a way for you to like, if there's like a questionnaire or something and you let, like tag me, like just say the name or add the name CM Griffin, that would work. They'd know. Sorry, sorry. But yeah, anyway, how's everyone's day going? I'm gonna pour some more whiskey because it's a Friday. And then 1 second. All right, let's do another whiskey. What's the main point of Git Kraken? It started out as just a desktop Git GUI, right? So if you're not aware, Git has like 70 plus commands. And if you use Git Lens in VS Code, you can actually inspect the logs and see like the depth of like the commands that run, right? Now I can't do shots for subs. Now that qualifies as self harm. But basically, Git is so complicated, and there are some commands that you basically will never run. Like you run them maybe once a year or something. Memorizing those is then like not worth the effort. So having a tool do some of this like heavier lifting stuff is worthwhile. There's a lot of features, and if you're curious, like I would recommend checking out our YouTube, right? The Git Kraken YouTube has videos about all sorts of like the new features and like our new releases, and Melise and Jonathan are like the main guys building a lot of that stuff. Yeah, dude, the interactive rebase is one of our best features as well. There's a lot of like really interesting things there. So it just depends on how deep you want to get into like using Git. Again, if you watch this stream often enough, you see me just using the CLI because I'm a solo dev working on solo projects. I don't need the heavier stuff. I don't rebase. I just do a merge. Like there's a lot of things where like I just use the command line because I've been using the command line since I started as a developer, right? But there are things that where I will always go into Gitkraken for it. And that's especially like if I make a commit and I need to like, split it out into smaller commits so it's easier to understand and read. Yeah, we've got, and hold on, it's hard to find in here. I don't know. There's like commands to like recompose commits, and recomposing a commit into smaller commits has a lot of value for anyone trying to like read the history and understand stuff. And when I say anyone trying to read the history, that includes AI. AI also reads the history to understand your code base. All right. I do need more water. Actually, I can just pour tea into it. Yeah, I don't need to get up and go to the restroom and pour more water yet, but we will do that here in a bit. Hey. But yeah, how is everyone's day going? And then hold on. Right now, all you have is VS Code, An AI coding thing and no other tools come to mind. Do I have any other tools that you should check out to help you help your working / software tracking or something? I mean, we've got this thing called Kepler. If you've ever heard of like T3 code or Conductor or some of these other like agentic development tools, like if you're doing a bunch of like vibe coding yourself and you're doing a bunch of stuff like in parallel, I think Kepler would actually be way up your alley. And right now it's like totally free. All you need is an account. So like now's the best time to get into it and try it. So that I do have like a proper link for you to check out. So yeah, if you do click that link, I do get a bit of credit. So anyone out there who's curious about Kepler, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hold on. Double wink. I believe we merged this. We can kill that. So here's another thing real quick. Like if you're doing a lot of like vibe coding, Kepler has some cool features like a remote access feature. So you could get, like do this stuff from the go. You know, when you're out and about, have your phone just connect up to your local Kepler instance on your dev machine. You're probably going to want to use something like ngrok or Tailscale to make that a better experience, but totally doable. And then another cool thing is like, dude, we got voice input kind of built in. So if you don't want to install like WhisperFlow or whatever, well, yeah, you can still at least do like the local, like, and I think we're using Turbo Whisper locally, but yeah, like you could totally just do this stuff locally without going out to any cloud or any bullshit, right? There's a lot of really cool, interesting things. And as far as the agents you might use, we support Claude Code, we support Codex, Copilot, Cursor CLI, OpenCode, and Augie. And I don't know, at some point I might try and just start like vibe coding out some other stuff. Right? Like we could theoretically support Pi. To do so, we'd have to make sure we install like the Pi ACP plugin, but we could make that a thing that just gets scripted, right? Why not? Why not? Any other questions? Like, seriously, Nins, like, dude, I appreciate you letting me shill all this stuff. That's awesome. Thank you. And actually, it's probably Ninza. Let me know how to pronounce that better if I'm doing it wrong. But Ninza, I can say that for sure. Like, yeah. My bad for leaving off the AW. But if there's another way to pronounce your name, just let me know. Oh, and yes, I need to update Get Kraken. Because I want to be able to zoom in 300% so you guys can read that shit. Because that is my contribution, right? The 200%, it used to cap out at 130. The 200% is something I did. But then they added the 300. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that is so awesome. I really appreciate them. The dev that kept a post-it note on his monitor about it. What a fucking dude. So yeah, I'm really happy about that. Yeah, dude, right? So now we could go to like some repo and we can get the full-on best graph. Now, I wish there was a way to hide the sidebar. I thought there was. But worst case scenario, I can just like pop it over, you know? So yeah, the graph is actually like our best feature. Right? Or it's the one that most people like compliment the most, right? Which is awesome. So yeah, I really appreciate the dev that helped us out here. That was really cool of him. Oh, and that does remind me of something. 1 second. 1 second. Like an awesome senior dev has left GitKraken. Today was his last day. I believe totally of his own volition. Like, you know, it's not like he was canned, right? He's an awesome fucking dude. He's the dude that basically like single-handedly did our like flow to TypeScript conversion. Right? John Alden. He's the man. So yeah, I got to make sure. And then hold up. What the fuck's going on here? I think my Firefox is freaking out, man. I'm gonna force quit Firefox real quick. But yeah, I'm curious where John Alden goes because he's a very capable engineer. I'm sure he's gonna be totally fine no matter where he goes. That's how you're meant to say it with the ah. You haven't coded anything for years. Hold on, I can read this now from here. And have been waking up your knowledge for the past 2 months now as you got your business project funding and really need to get this professional and running ASAP, so all help is needed. Yeah, that's fucking awesome, dude. I'm happy for you. Damn, dude, like when you say funded, like VC, like angel investor, private equity, like you don't have to say, but that's fucking awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Can we get a golf clap here in chat? We can just assume everyone else is golf clapping too. You hear that? That's everyone golf clapping for you. No, and I get that. I would say if you think there's like legs for it, there's all sorts of accelerators and incubators and fucking like venture capital firms and stuff like that that you should probably be working on like selling to. You should probably be checking that out. Right? Like Y Combinator is the big one, sure. There's also A16Z. They do a thing called Speedrun. There's just so many accelerators out there that might be worth looking into for sure. But, you know, do your own thing, right? If you don't want to sell a portion of your business, I fucking get it. I would definitely sell a portion of Masijo. So yeah, for Masijo, I will be applying to Y Combinator, A16Z, etc. I just think I got a lot more work to do, but that's what we're doing kind of right now, even though I'm taking my sweet ass time, right? You like to own your company as much as possible and try to get cash flow and get the net worth of it higher if you need to sell it. Yeah, no, I get that, but just think about like bootstrapping is like a longer term thing. Meanwhile, just think about it. If you could get VC funding, at the end of the day, like Y Combinator typically will give, I believe they have a bare minimum 500K they would invest, and they only ask for like 5% of the company. Like it's a really like small ask, right? Now, granted, when you complete Y Combinator, there will be other investors that want to get in at other valuations and all that other shit. Sure. But still, kind of worth it. Like 5% of your company, dude, who gives a shit, right? 5%, you still maintain full ownership. You still maintain the say over what happens, right? That's huge. Right? And that 500K could fund. I mean, do you think 5% is a lot of the company? I don't think it is. I think for what it gives you and the people you work with and like the entire thing, like 5% is actually basically nothing at that point. Like they can't override you at board meetings, you know? Oh, okay. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's the number. I'm pretty sure it's a 5% thing. Like they're very upfront and it's a safe investment, right? Like SAFE. Like there's a term for that. Like safe is a like well-established pattern for investment. So look into that and read it. But yeah, like dude, 500K for 5% of the company? Fuck it. Like dude, whatever, man. And at that 500K, you could pay to hire full-time devs or just bring on contractors as needed. Fuck it, right? But the idea is that you scale quicker with it. That's the whole point. How long would it take you to get to profitability and like awesomeness without it? It would take way longer. Meanwhile, that's what these accelerators and VC firms are for. They're to make you hockey stick your growth. And I know there's the indie hackers of the world, like Levels.io, etc. But dude is turning around on like his opinion about investment because he's an investor now. It's the quickest way to grow his fucking wealth. Become an investor, you know? He's been anti-VC for a long fucking time. I believe he has pivoted and he's totally into it now. But I think he would have other opinions, right? And I'm not trying to speak for him. Now, hold on. Sorry. 1 second. Let me do one more Get Bench Doctor. Hey, all right. So let me just do a Get Bench Safety Doctor, and we might be able to like upload. We might be able to upload the K3 results. I'm really curious about how well K3 did against stuff. Where can you find those investor things? You're from Finland, so those things are kind of foreign to you as they are outside of Scandinavia. So, I mean, Y Combinator has all this stuff. Right? You want to apply to Y Combinator? Here's the fucking link. And I believe in this link, they describe what their, like, the safe and some of that stuff is. Like, you know, read more here. Like, check all that stuff out, right? So yeah, like that's the thing. Like check it out. I believe they link somewhere to the safe and all that stuff. As far as like other things go, there's like A16Z speed run. That's another that you might check out. I am not aware of any like EU, like European accelerators like this, but I'm not saying they don't exist. I just have no idea. I just don't know. But yes, those are at least like the two big ones. Hold on. There's like one other. Venture Mechanics. They also do one called the Catapult Accelerator. Here you go. Yep, here's another. And honestly, like all you're looking for is like startup accelerator. You can do your own like Googling and search for that stuff. But these are at least like the big three that I've been looking at. There's another that's called like Techstars, I think. Yeah, exactly, Nins. For sure, man. Yeah, double check the numbers, right? Double check all that shit. For sure. Techstars is another one to look at. And there's so many more. Like, dude, Madrona is one. Like there's just too many to name at this point, right? But in general, I think there are some in the EU. You're gonna get better fucking odds and numbers here in the US. But at the end of the day, it depends on what you're building. I don't know what your product is or any of that stuff. But yeah, man, like, dude, it's a fucking really wide world once you start digging into this stuff. And I'm not an expert. I have no fucking idea. I've never been funded. I'm just fucking bootstrapping every single thing I'm building. I'd love to get enough customers that I feel like I would be ready to apply to one of these fucking things, you know? I just like streaming and building stuff. That's a me thing. So yeah, a lot of stuff to check out, man. For sure. And dude, I'm happy for you. Like, yeah, check all this stuff out, dude. And not dancing, but bobbing my head to synthwave? Absolutely, Dean. Fuck yeah. And dude, Dean, hold on. Were you here when I was talking about my friend Dave, who's a Kiwi? Dude, his handle is Kiwi up over because he lives here in the US. That's fucking genius, isn't it? Right? Because like going down to Australia, like you're down under, right? Well, he's a Kiwi up over. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, Dave's the man. He's one of my favorite people, for sure. But give me a sec. I do have to use the restroom. And Java Grunt, hey, Java Grunt, we haven't chatted in ages, man. You still doing a bunch of like Java stuff? I think like Spring Boot stuff. I forget what company you're at. Are you literally at the company's Spring Boot or whatever? But yeah, man, how you doing? I do have to take just a quick break. Like I gotta go pee, and I gotta pour some more water so I can pour some more whiskey. Obviously, it's Friday, isn't it? Yeah, you're at. Oh, Broadcom owns Spring. I don't think I knew that, dude. Broadcom's a giant fucking company. Holy shit, dude. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Toasty. Okay. And I'm back. Oh man, I had to pee. That was a good one. But yeah, Java Grunt, what you been up to, man? All right. I need to at least drink another glass of water before we hop into another whiskey. Gotta pace ourselves. Lots of traveling. Okay, okay. Where you been traveling to? I assume maybe like conferences or just traveling for personal stuff. You took Java Grunt Jr. with you on a work trip to Singapore, India, Japan, and you just got back from UberConf. Wait, where is UberConf? I'm going to guess it's Germany. I'm going to guess Germany. Denver. Totally different. Totally different. What is UberConf? I haven't even heard of that. And shit, Java Grunt, if you'd been here sooner, I would have let you know when the CFP for Commit Your Code conference was ending. Because, dude, Commit Your Code conference, I think they even have a Java track. Shit. No fluff, just stuff. It's their flagship conference. I've never even heard of No Fluff, Just Stuff. Well, shit, what am I missing? So very Java focused. Okay. Including your teammate, Dan Vega. Oh, shit. Well, hell yeah, dude. I'm kind of bummed that we're not going to meet in person, but maybe next year. There's always next year. You got any other conferences you're like planning and looking forward to? I know, right? Like, dude, the stars will align. It'll happen for sure. It'll happen. KCDC, dude, I always miss applying to that one. I missed that one for sure. Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, I think CYC is the only September conference I have. There's, I think, one in October, and then there's a few in November, I think. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is too much. Okay, so hold up. All right, so CD web, PNPM, build DB. And yeah, what you up to there, Alan, Mr. Sir Hips? Nah, hold up. Hold up. Nah, we're good. We heard the best songs off that album. We're going to play the Hips song. Because why not, man? It's a Friday, isn't it? I never know how to spell this thing. Remastered version. Here we go. It's a moral imperative. Yeah, exactly, Alan. I love that movie, Real Genius. Yeah. Dude, it actually has really like heavy pacing issues as far as modern film goes. There's like 4 fucking montages, dude. But it's still one of my favorite like films. Like it's such a good guilty pleasure. Hold on, we gotta do hips. Right? It goes to the beat. For anyone unaware, this song is pure gibberish. The dude just wanted to write a song that sounded like an American song. So he speaks gibberish that sounds like American singing. But he's Italian. Mm-hmm. It's fucking art. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm just running this thing on the side, hoping to push up the Kimmy K3 so we can evaluate this. But hold up. Oh, wait, where the fuck did that bug come from? All right, so we got a bug. Wait, what do you mean by that? Java grunt. I'm running via the API, right? So we're running via like Moonshot's like API via OpenRouter. So I'm not running that shit locally, dude. Fuck no. All right, so that's gonna push up to origin main. And it should be live here pretty soon. Ooh, on Jean de Poitrine? Ah, fuck yeah, dude. All right. I think this constitutes another whiskey. Right, Alan? Have you given these guys a listen yet? I would assume they're your new favorite band. If only they had like a saxophone or a trumpet, right? Only thing missing is a saxophone. Yeah. So Java Grunt, I don't have anything beyond Gitbench. So Java Grunt, maybe it's been long enough that you haven't been here and you haven't seen Gitbench, the thing that we're showing right fucking now. This is the closest thing to like my own personal benchmark because I built it. So we measure every model, right? Like, dude, 50 plus models, not every model, not like every single fucking thing, right? We measure them against their ability to do Git things. So let's look at like maybe the frontier models. Well, okay, among the frontier models, Gemini is actually really fucking capable, but they all get close. The thing that I think would make everyone here give pause is the fact that Fable is actually the fucking worst at all of this stuff. Right? Now, granted, that's when we aggregate text and JSON together. If we do JSON only, well, okay, Fable's like the fourth worst. Which is still not good. It's not worth the cost. When it comes to doing Git things, Fable is actually kind of shitty. And the funniest part to me is that Fable gets worse the more reasoning you give it. It gets worse at Git things the more effort. That is really counterintuitive. This is a group from Canada, yes. The group is called Engine de Portrine. They are from French Canada. I believe like Montreal or Toronto or one of those fucking places. The general idea is that like, dude, AI couldn't make this music. And that's why they're getting like so fucking popular at this point. Louis Vuitton should acquire Fable? Wait, what does that mean? And then Java Grunt, you figured I would have my own bench. Well, keep in mind, this is a thing that we decided to just build here on stream just for fun. And then GitKraken, like my boss at GitKraken, who's the CMO, was like, hey, you know, this could be a top of funnel offer. Now, granted, I'm like 2 weeks late delivering this thing. So that's my bad. I'm probably like a little under like the shit lens because of that. But, you know what? I think it's valuable and like, dude, I can give talks about this all over the fucking place. Like, I think it's really cool. Like, I chat with Theo from time to time. Theo's really pumped on this idea. And I think we're ready to, like, fully publish and, like you know, give him full access to it. I'm going to do a publish to Show Off Saturday tomorrow. Like, the art, like, the Reddit web dev subreddit. We're probably going to get roasted. But fuck it, right? Like, dude, those people are insufferable anyway. Honestly, I've gotten really good results of other things I've posted, like Giphium. So they're not actually that terrible. But at the end of the day, most subreddits are filled by people who are not actually the best at what they do. Like the snowboarding subreddit. Dude, some of those people can barely link turns. But they'll totally talk some shit. You know? Giphium was super fun. Yeah, for sure, dude. Giphium was really fun. Dude, it's my favorite part about streaming. I can just build shit. It's fucking awesome. And technically, just building shit has value. I can't necessarily say exactly why, but there's a reason I get to go to Render ATL this year. I'm getting a free Render ATL ticket and one hotel room night. I'm going to try and expand it, obviously, right? But yeah, because of streaming and the shit I do, I guess, I get to go to Render ATL this year. It does mean I'm going to have to, like, fit myself. Like, I'm going to have to go get fitted for, like, a suit. Or at least, like, a proper set of pants and a shirt. You know? Fuck. And I'm trying to lose weight, so like anything I get fitted for, I'm gonna have to get refitted for. Maybe. The chances of me actually losing enough weight for that to be a problem are pretty low anyway, right? I like the whiskey, I like food. But yeah. I am going to render ATL this year. I gotta book the flight and the tickets like tonight or tomorrow or this weekend because they're only gonna get more expensive. Yeah. Java Grunt. Hold on. This is for everyone. I don't think I remembered to share this when I posted it. Dylan Mulroy posted a thing where it's like, here to fucking do a thing, right? Born to deliver to shareholders, right? And damn, Dylan Mulroy with his blonde hair, he does not have blonde hair anymore. That's actually crazy. How people start out blonde and then become not blonde as they get older. But, right? He said, born to deliver value to shareholders. I was born to eat all the food. Look at me. Look at those Michelin Man fucking arms and legs. You can only get fat rolls like that when you really like the food you're eating. And basically, hold on, my body type is slowly progressing back to that state. No lies were told. Okay, so I got a quick question. Who here does fantasy football? GLM 5.2? Yeah, no, dude, GLM 5.2 is really good. Java Grunt. If you're into like open weight models, you should be checking out the Olama subscription. The Olama subscription is. Keep in mind that I like the dudes from Open Code. They're fucking awesome. And Open Code Go is a great way to like get your feet wet. But it is somewhat limited and you will hit your limits with Open Code Go pretty quickly. When instead the Olama subscription, $20 a month for basically every new model as it comes out, as like the weights are available, right? Which is fucking huge, man. If you just click cloud, these are all the models available. And yeah, GLM 5.2, right there, man. Right fucking there. You've been checking out Goose? Ooh, I am massively against Goose because they laid off their entire fucking team. Like, fuck Goose. Nah, man. Solidarity with Rizel. Yeah, Goose does not deserve any loyalty. They don't have any loyalty to anyone. No, that's fine, man. I know other people that think that way. I don't want to dox them for that because they're more diplomatic than I am. I will happily burn a bridge. Like, dude, fuck block. So shady. So shady. After they made record profits, I'm pretty sure. So shady. This is my favorite song on the entire album. Dude, this song's so good. Or not album, but like in this concert. Fuck it. It's a good value, dude. And honestly, I think for the free tier, you can still check a bunch of shit out. But the $20 tier is such a deal. Like, I get way more value out of the $20 tier of that than I would get from 2 fucking Open Code Go subscriptions, right? And it's the same cost. I pay for a Codex subscription. I unsubscribed from Claude ages ago. I think I have a Gemini one still, but I'm planning on canceling that here soon. We actually have a list of the models that or the subscriptions that I'm paying for. Let me go find that. Wrong one. So yeah, I'm currently paying for Minimax, though I think I plan on canceling that one. Codex. Yeah, I think the $20 Codex is really fucking good. Like, I get a lot of value out of it. It can't be my daily driver because you burn the fucking weekly usage real quick that way. But for $20, you get a lot of value, depending on, like, the model and the effort. Gemini, I'm planning on canceling. Meh. Copilot, I keep forgetting that I'm paying for that, but because of like GitKraken stuff, I benefit from using Copilot at least like once a month. And at $10, like, fuck it. And then the Olama Cloud, that one is my probably like most utilized subscription. Less so over the past week, but in general, over the past couple months, the Olama subscription has given me way more value. And no, I don't run any models locally. I have a Mac Mini with 64 gigs of RAM, but when I have run a model, I heard the fan kick in, And I almost swear I heard the fucking Mac Mini cry. And I'm expecting this Mac Mini to last like 10 years. You know? So no, like local hosting is just not for me yet. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Like, I get it. There's very few things that I think are worth it for like local hosting. I think smaller models, like very fine-tuned things, not LLMs, are absolutely worth it. But you got to really pick and choose and understand which models make sense locally, right? And then, shit, hold on. There's someone I'm thinking of. That I don't see here in chat. But we are hiring at GitKraken. Oh, and I did see someone in the mod. Yeah, mods, we're hiring at GitKraken. Fully remote capable. If you're in Spain, we also are hiring in Spain. But I mean, the person I'm like seeing, GitKraken's hiring, and I will happily vouch for you. But then, hold on. God, why am I spacing on their name? There's definitely someone that we've had here in chat who is looking that I want to make sure I pass that shit to. But now I'm spacing on their name. So that's a me problem. Fuck. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't know. But hold on. That same person, who I don't want to name unless they chat, they may also want to check out this other role that we have available, not just software engineer, but data stuff, which I think... Oh, hold on. That's the Alicante link. An applied data scientist. I think there's a few people out there that qualify for this. Just throwing it out there. And if you need a recommendation, just let me know. And you don't have to speak up now. You can send me a DM. Not here on Twitch, because I never see Twitch DMs, but just message me on Discord. I was just letting people know that GitKraken's hiring for a couple roles. Right? There's an applied data scientist role, and there's also a software engineer role. And I'm happy to recommend people for that. Just let me know. I do love this band. Dude, this shit's good. And PMs. Honestly, we're hiring for PMs too, but they do want someone who's going to be hybrid in like the Arizona area. So that's a little tougher. But yeah, just saying, you know, doesn't affect me. But hold up. So did that get pushed up? It did. How is Gitbench? I think Gitbench only takes like 30 seconds. So we should be able to see. Oh, K3 is still not in the list. Let's do a select all. How about that? So interestingly, Kimmy K3 gets a solid 90% whether you're doing text or JSON output. Like, dude, that is pretty consistent between the two, which is solid. But if you're doing Git stuff, Kimi K3 might not be worth it. Like, farm that shit out to a cheaper model that does good. Like, cost-wise, there's all sorts of stuff, man. Like, and if you just go to here, right, the best value you're going to get is actually Nemotron 3 Super. As far as, like, cost and then, like, intelligence for Git stuff. Just got to make sure. Yeah. No, it was just like a bunch of dead skin. All right, just double check. So let's keep going. It's like I smoke weed or something, man. Yes, Nemotron was responsible for the super gross shit, right? But if you just validate it for what it's trying to do, you're good to go. And also, if you just do like JSON structured output, you don't get that most of the time. You know? Yes, Nemotron was the one that wanted to become Danielle Steele. And then Gruesome Gaming, how you doing? You don't understand a single thing that is happening, but you're gonna pretend that you do. I mean, if you have questions, you can ask questions. Like, dude, you can just ask questions. As long as you read the rules. All right, this is probably going to need to be like the last whiskey of the night. Asking questions might confuse you more. Well, at least we got good music then. And we're hanging out and we're just having a good old night, right? Shit. So don't feel bad about it. Appreciate you being here, man. Or woman. Or other. Not trying to assume. You could be an attack helicopter. I don't know, man. Or, I don't know, machine. Now we're just chilling. We're having a good old night. And yeah, we're just building stuff. I love talking and ranting and chatting about all of it. We got the clanker clanking. Obviously. And what up, Leo? And hold on, how do I pronounce that? Is that Leo Makage? Can someone recommend a gaming laptop? Ooh, yeah, I don't know about that. Honestly, Leo, at that point, you may, like, depends on the kind of games you want to play, but you might just consider cloud gaming at that point. You know, if cloud gaming costs you like $20 a month, that's $240 a year. Could you buy a cheaper laptop for that? And then make up the cost over a couple years, maybe, but like then you could just buy a way better laptop later when you need it. Yeah, especially with RAM prices right now. So, I don't know. I've seen other people shout out the value of cloud gaming. I think it makes a lot of sense when latency isn't a problem, you know? If latency is a thing, like you're playing League of Legends or something, well, yeah. But also, for League of Legends, you do not need the best gaming PC ever, right? You can just crank the settings down and totally be productive, right? It kind of looks ugly with the compression. I get it, but if you just want to play a game, it's fucking worth it, you know? Yeah, GeForce Now. And yay, what up, Kevin? Mr. Sir. I was going to send a message about this. I feel like there's something you could do about like caching tags for cross-platform stuff. I think that would be really fucking cool. Right? Like, oh, hey, I want to tag people. I know it fucks up the cross-platform thing, but hold on. Could we establish like a database of cross-platform? Like, yeah, you want to tag this? Well, it's that on this other platform thing. And you could then maybe even make that like a service that you sell to other fucking platforms. Or like a software as a service you just sell. You know? There could be some really good value to that. So Java Grunt, if you're unaware, and hold on, are you saying tell you more about AI stuff? Okay. Yes, exactly. For sure, Kenny. Sorry, not Kenny. Kevin. Sorry. It starts with a K. And you mentioned Kenny, and then my brain auto-completed. The cross-platform tagging idea. So Java Grunt. Kevin maintains a thing called Ferryman. Is it .io? Hold on, let me double check. It is .io. Yeah, shit. Right, so Ferryman.io, you post to Twitter or whatever platform you want to consider the canonical, and it will sync across the other things that you have wired up, which is really fucking cool. Like, it's really fucking cool. Like, it's a better approach than Buffer, because I'm almost positive Twitter will devalue your posts if you submit via API. Whereas instead, you could post to Twitter directly, and then Ferryman just syncs it to other platforms for you. Yeah, it's very fucking cool. For sure. But yeah, like Kevin, I think somehow making cross-platform like tagging work, dude, that will be your thing that separates you from any other fucking provider. That would be, in my opinion, besides bug fixes and other shit, that is the number one killer feature you could have. Like, for sure. Yeah, so there you go, Nins. Check out Ferryman. Yeah, I think so. The tagging thing is it's not there yet, but it might be eventually. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Double wink. But at the bare minimum, I believe Nins, I don't have any data to back this up, but I think Twitter fucking buries posts that are submitted via API because they know that you're doing fucking like cross-platform shit. And they instead prioritize people that post directly to the platform. So instead, if you do that via Ferryman, like, you post to Twitter directly and then have that shit farm out, that'd be amazing, right? And then Sir Elfman, hold on, wait, Nikita who? Like Nikita Bayer? Like the main guy? Yeah, I think he's done a bunch of shit where he fucked up. Like, honestly, it's pretty, like, on brand for Twitter to fuck up like that. Like, look at the person that owns it, right? He's Kevin Naughton on Twitter as well, I think. For sure. And we do not say X in this chat. It is Twitter. It will always be Twitter. Shit. Nah, it's fine. You call it whatever you want. I'm just bullshitting. And yeah, no worries, Kevin. For sure, man. Dude, you know you're the man, right? Like, come on. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to delete that, Sir Elfman. You're good. At least it wasn't a ban. At least it wasn't a ban. Sorry, Sir Elfman. I didn't mean to delete that message. I was clicking a different message and the chat moved before I could, like, do a thing. And dude, Kevin, I just want to apologize for the other day. Like, dude, I completely misread where those charges were coming from and all that shit. Like, I know you said we're good. I misread it so bad. Now it was like early in the morning when I sent that, so like I hadn't even like caught up to like being awake, you know? Shit. So yeah, sorry about that, Kevin. I just wanted to say it like proper, you know. I know you already said we're good, but I just had to say it otherwise, you know. It was just me totally misreading the fucking statements and all that shit. Yeah, that's my bad. Ooh. Oh, the music's a little low. I do like it though. This is some good fucking punk. I don't even know if it's proper punk. I think it's like it's a mixture between like punk and fucking like just good old fashioned rock, you know? But it's solid. This is good shit. And hold up. Yeah, dude, I'm glad we got it sorted. And nah, man, like I wasn't gonna jeopardize that shit at all. Like I wasn't gonna judge that. I read it so wrong, dude. That was just, ugh, that was on me. That was so much me just fucking up, you know? Yeah, dude. I misread the fuck out of that. Yeah, 8 tokens equals 1 toke. Don't you tempt me with a good time. Oh shit. You know, fuck it. I'll pull it through. 8 tokens equals 1 toke. That's just science. Yeah. No, I get it, Kevin. Dude, you're the man. I'm looking forward to any time we can hang out again. I'm pretty sure you're not in New York anymore, so I was gonna let you know I'll be in New York for React Summit JS Nation, but I know you're not around there anymore. But if we're ever at another thing, I'm looking forward to hanging out, man. Fuck yeah. Any other thing, just let me know. 1 gigatoke a day in your home lab. Okay, so I might be misunderstanding the gigatoke. Uh, that sounds like the biggest bong rip of your life. Oh, so sorry, Arch. I'm not a game dev. I apologize. I'm not a game dev. Nah, we're not. I'm a web dev. I do like some systems level kind of BS. In general, like I'm a full stack dev, like but web stuff. We do get people here in chat doing game dev though, and I'm happy to like shout out other game dev streams that you might want to check out. Like, hold on, like Arch Armor. I'm not saying you should leave. No, I'd happily keep you here, right? Like Quicksand. But if you're looking for other game devs, I got recommendations, man. Who's going right now doing game dev? Let me look at that. Oh, dude, Hypnotic Games. Oh my god, Hypnotic with like a K instead of like the CH. That dude fucking nails it. Yeah, that dude's super fun. So yeah, Arch Armor, just in case, if you're looking for a game dev stream that I recommend, oh man, fucking Hypnotic Games. That's top of the list. I got others I could recommend too, for sure. But that's at least like number one with a bullet. So hold on. You appreciate it. It's not limited to game dev, but starting and finishing something is where you hit a wall. Oh, yeah. Most people are really good at doing like the first 80%, and then they don't realize that the last 20% takes another 80% of your effort, right? So the first 80% takes 80% of your time. The last 20% takes another 80% of your time. That is so fucking accurate that it's insane. And that applies to game dev, that applies to fucking web dev, that applies to any bit of software. It's a universal thing. So yeah, no worries, man. For sure. I like to build shit. I like to ship shit. That's actually one of my favorite parts. There's something really valuable and fun about that, you know. We do actually finish projects. Yeah, there are definitely other projects that don't get finished and they're still sitting in limbo. Vexilla. I would love to get Vexilla back to like production quality here soon. For sure. And I will turn a clanker loose on that shit for sure. But you know, whatever. We got more work to do that is outside of that. So yeah, the biggest thing, yeah, I build stuff and I hope to ship it most of the time. Rich over there, hello on YouTube and Twitch. Rich, you're the man. Appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, so this thing you're seeing is getbench.getkraken.com. This is a thing that we fucking launched. It's live. I got more work to do, sure. But we actually got Kibby K3 in the list, and we're doing shit. And yeah, like this is just a way that we compare various models against their ability to get things, which is totally separated from their ability to do like deep SWE or like SWE bench or like all those other benchmarks that are optimized on like artificialanalysis.ai, right? So just saying, like, we all need to find our own micro benchmarks that we care about that matter towards what we try to do with AI. And I think there's probably a big lack on, well, how many like game dev benchmarks are there? Fuck if I know. I have no idea. I haven't even looked into this yet. I haven't even like done a single Google search for like what AI game dev benchmarks exist. I have no fucking idea, dude. And then Rich, OpenAI is building a Git clone themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, anything that speaks Git, which most of these companies are going to have to do anyway, this shit still applies. This shit still fucking applies. Entire. It speaks Git, right? But they're making their own fucking like source hosting thing. Cloudflare has a Git thing that they do. Still, it speaks Git. It understands Git. Git is still like the fundamental underlying layer that all these things would be able to communicate with each other for. And I would say, like, dude, don't abandon Git, because why would you fucking vendor lock yourself to one fucking thing? No, use a tool that speaks Git and outputs back to Git, and then you can move from one platform to another. Who gives a shit? Or who gets a shit? Right? Shit. Who gets a shit? I don't think GitKraken will use that line of reasoning and phrasing in any of our marketing, but god damn it, it's actually pretty good, right? It's not who gives a shit, it's who gets a shit. Boom. Marketing. Yeah. Who gets a shit? Yeah. Oh, man. We would never be able to do that at scale, but holy shit, that's fun, right? That's fucking dope. I like that. If you give a shit, you can get a shit. This is marketing we'd never be able to do. It's only something I could ever say here on this stream. Whiskey be damned. Or whiskey be encouraged. Shit. All right, anyway. What's the shit we got clanking? Yeah, we should look at new scenarios. And I'm really bummed on GLM for not finding this in fucking Discovery. That bums me out, man. I explicitly asked it to make sure that we were doing that. So the fact that we got to do this midstream, kind of a bummer. And then, yeah, someone out there, hold on. Who was it? You said the punk rock thing? That was a solid fucking message. You're not wrong. But also, there's a very distinct difference between punk and punk rock is punk, you know? But this shit really fills a void between punk and rock, you know? In the same way that, like, Motorhead did, right? Motorhead actually filled the void between punk and rock in a major way as well, right? Okay, plot twist, asshole. Lemmy and God get into a fight. Who wins? Lemmy. No, God. Trick question, asshole. Lemmy is God. If y'all are unaware, I am directly quoting the film Airheads. It's pretty good. The start of that bit was, hey, whose side were you on in the Van Halen Lee Roth split? Halen. He's a cop. Like, dude. Like, it's just so good. He's a cop. Like, it's just so fucking good. Oh, man. Yeah, I love that fucking film. It's crazy how it's not like a major fucking classic, right? Like, for all we care, our album could be fucking Pip farting on a snare drum. I ain't farting on no snare drum. You know, like, dude, and that's Adam Sandler before he was big. It's so fucking good, actually. I ain't farting on no snare drum. Did I watch any of the World Cup? No. Did they play the finals yet? Please, don't tell me Argentina won. I'm just hoping for anybody to beat Argentina. I don't need to win. I just need Argentina to lose. Okay, so third place is tomorrow. Finals is Sunday. Yeah, I don't need any team to win. I just need Argentina to lose. What about Borang? What up, Borang? Do you still have Zoidberg? You still got Zoidberg. Fuck yeah. What's about Borang? Yeah, dude. I love that shit. Dude, Borang, you're the man. Appreciate you. Argentina to lose might not be in the FIFA script. Yeah, and that's why FIFA's fucking bullshit, dude. Shit. Fucking FIFA. Fucking douchebags. Dude, the entire FIFA organization, total fucking douchebags. Total fucking douchebags. And then, as far as losers game goes, who is that between? Oh, France versus England. Touche, touche. Right, because that game is going to be judged actually accurately. I don't trust anything fucking Argentina's involved with. There's too much Nazi gold in the situation for an Argentina problem, you know? If you know, you know. Yeah, I wish fucking Norway would have been into any of these games. I don't know. It's fun watching that. The fucking ogre, right? What's his name? Holland? Man, it's fun watching that dude play. He is an entertainment spectacle, you know? And he also seems kind of like a good dude. Again, I only know what his fucking marketing department has told us, but he also just seems kind of fucking cool, man. You know? Is it marketing? Has marketing got me? Well, at least that's better marketing than fucking FIFA has. Shit. The amount of flopping and bullshit in the average FIFA game, gross. Right, so yeah. This band, still killing. Still shredding. They got one more song. All right, so we should look at new scenarios. Dude, this guy, the singer, fucking shreds. He's sweating his balls off in this fucking, like, I don't know, whatever tank top thing he's wearing. But the fact that he's wearing these fucking, like, Muay Thai fucking silk fucking shorts, that's smart. If you're gonna sweat that much, yeah, do the Muay Thai fucking short thing. I get it. That's smart. All right, so we got other shit kicking. I'm going to commit what has been done for like the Masijo stuff. Oh, that nerd, Mr. Sir, hold up, man. And then Java Grunt, has Agents MD replaced README MD? No. README MD is for humans. Agents MD is for other people. And I would say instead there's other documents you might want to do instead of an Agents MD. But nah, man, I think they serve a different purpose. Like 1000%, they are separate things. Like README MD is for people. Agents MD is for agents. It's actually really specific. If we wanted to rename it to like Humans MD, well, sure, man. Fuck it. I'm okay with that. But good luck getting GitHub to fix that. So then, yeah, hold up. Let's do the shout out. Oh, that nerd, Mr. Sir, what are you doing? Wait a minute. Did I shout out the right person? Refactoring Omphalos. Okay. I thought it was a different language at first. I did. Refactoring Omphalos, common code. Forget how workspaces work in PNPM, right? I'm not going to say, like, I was not surprised. I was totally fucking surprised. I read Omphalos and was like, oh shit, did I forget to shout? Like, did I shout out the wrong fucking stream? What the fuck is Omphalos? Right? Por qué lo nos dos? All right, so hold on. That album was good. Let me listen to this song. I actually really like this one. And a friend I really like turned me on to this artist. It's the navel of the world. It is what it is. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, oh, Dad Nerd, what were you working on? Hold on, I can look it up. You forgot how workspaces work in PNPM. Yeah. So like the main idea is that PNPM, you just say what your like workspace directories are, and it's fine, right? Dude, it's right fucking there. Oh, I don't even need it for this project. Well, yeah, you know what I mean. Shit, it's like I smoke weed. Ah, you were confused for a hot moment. Or a hot minute. A hot few seconds. Oh, touche, oh, that nerd. Yeah. I think that's just like boiled into who I am as a streamer anyway. I don't think I need a command. I think everyone here knows that I barely know what I'm talking about. Shit. Shit. So yeah, Odette Nerd, I forget where you're at, and you don't have to dox that. I understand how that works, but I am traveling for conferences, and if you want to like message me about that, is there a conference I might be going to that you might be at, or at least like you're nearby, so we could like chill? Up to you. No stress. No worries if not. Do not dox yourself if you don't want that. But yeah, over on Discord, that could be a thing too. But yeah, so in general, people joining from the raid, the stuff we're working on, we are building out stuff for my API for Masijo. That's the main thing we're doing, right? And we got other shit we're doing too. BC to Manitoba. So unless something's happening in Winnipeg, probably not. Okay, so you're not wrong. I forgot Winnipeg was even a city. As far as I'm aware, there's only like 3 cities in Canada. There's Vancouver, there's Montreal, and there's Toronto. And hold on, Montreal's a fucking territory, isn't it? Maybe it's a city. I don't fucking know. Let me put it that way. I don't know. Is Montreal a city? It is a city. All right, there we go. Quebec is the province. All right, yeah, we got there. So yeah, Montreal, Toronto, or Vancouver. Those are the only cities in Canada that actually matter. I know I might get roasted over that, but Canadians are too fucking polite to be a dick about it. So I think we're good. Right? The capital of Canada? I don't think it matters. I don't think the capital matters at that point. What is the capital of Canada? I thought it was Toronto, actually. Is Winnipeg the fucking capital? Ottawa. Oh, I forgot about Ottawa. You're right. Yeah. The Ottawa Bears, or I forget what their fucking Ottawa Senators. Oh, that's why Senators makes sense now. It's the fucking capital. Okay, I get it. That makes sense. I fucking get it. It took me until just now to get it. But okay. I know, I'm a fucking simp. I'm okay with it. Hold on. Let me do like a work thing. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta paste a thing for work real quick. All right. So, hold up. Sorry, I had to do some work stuff there. All right, so hold on. Let me read some shit. Where A was the hard drive and F was the floppy. Interesting, Lopta, right? Great British computer, that one. Sure, all right. Sounds like something like Lister would do on Red Dwarf, right? What are you kidding me? Like, dude, it's alphabetical. And yes, I'm bad at like a Lister impression, but you get it, right? Holy! Yeah, I get it. Yeah, for sure. We've been watching a bunch of fucking Red Dwarf on the gaming stream for sure. Sorry, yeah. I mean, I get it, Lopta. Take it easy. Like, I don't know, man. It's fine. I think computers are more fun than they've ever been. Yeah, seriously, T. I think computers are more fun than they've ever fucking been. Dude, I love this fucking song. I mean, I get it, Lopta, but like, I question that mentality. Were you in it for the fact of programming, or were you in it to fucking build shit? Dude, building shit is so fucking fun and valuable today. You can build anything you want. You don't have to like decide what is your time worth. You can just like let a clanker clank on it real quick, prove out the idea, and then you can build it from scratch if you want it like maintainable. Fuck it, but like prove the idea, you know? That's fucking massive. Right? Think about the costs in years past to like pick a side project and run with it. Shit. Now I'm still like, yeah, I mean, I got Basijo. I still have a side project and I'm running with it. The cost be damned, you know? Well, I'm sorry you got laid off recently, but hopefully you got some sweet fucking severance or at least unemployment to fucking relax on. You should be applying for other shit, obviously, right? My question to you, oh, no severance. So yeah, you're just getting unemployment if you're here in the US, and if not, well, I don't know. Can't find anything to apply for? I call bullshit. Lopta, your job is not to write code anymore. Your job is to fucking understand what code needs to be written, and you can review that shit. You need to be using, like, during your time off, as many fucking subscriptions. You don't need to do the fucking $200 fucking dollar a month bullshit. $20 here, $20 there solves the problem. You need to understand how this shit works to be employable these days. I'm not saying you gotta fucking drink the Kool-Aid, but you need to at least understand it to be employable. No, and I get it, man. You can have opinions and you can be fucking like zero AI on side projects. You want to have a job today? Dude, you better learn how to work the fucking clanker, right? Cup the balls. If you are an anti-AI person, you're fucking up. You're massively fucking up. And if I could not say this any other way, I should fucking bookmark this so I can say it again. The Linus, right? Here it is. Right here, man. This fucking post. This is directly copy and pasted from Linus. About, like, dude, you anti-AI people are insufferable. Get shit done. It's a tool. Use the tool. Be an expert that understands when the tool is fucking wrong, you know? I disagree, Lepta, because Linus and all other fucking creators still review every pull request. It's not like they're fucking YOLO coding pull request into the fucking kernel. Like, come on, man. Like, Lopta, you're fucking up if you think using AI means you gotta vibe code every single fucking thing you do. Does AI do code review? Yeah. I don't think anything's going to make it into the fucking Linux kernel code base without someone signing off that actually put in the effort. Linus will fuck people up otherwise, you know? But the idea is just simply like, even Linus says, use the tool. It's a fucking tool. Anyone pushing back on AI for coding, you're like the people that pushed back on fucking like IntelliSense in your editor. Or syntax highlighting. It is a really shitty fucking approach. It is very much like anti-progress. Be progressive and recognize when these things fuck up, and be there to be the expert to tell them when they're fucking up and make it better. That's the job. It's always been the job, actually. If you've ever been a senior who had people working under them, you weren't writing the code in the majority of the people shipping code. No, but you were the person at least giving these fucking underlings some taste. You've never been a senior anything. Well, Lopta, I guess that's separate. Anyone who has ever led a team, their job was glorified code reviewer. I mean, if you believe that, then it's reality, but you can be better. I believe you can go beyond that, man. But at the end of the day, the core part of a job of a senior, of a lead, of a staff or principal engineer is making sure the code that we're merging is actually solving the problem we need to solve. That's it. It's like AI is just a fucking tool at this point. You know? Use that shit. Use the fucking tool. If you refuse to use the tool, well, yeah, you're like a dude who's doing fucking construction who refuses to use a jackhammer. Or who refuses to use a fucking steamroller. Like, that's insane, right? It's, like, literally insane. But program, dude, Mr. Sir, your fucking, your change to the fucking, the open graph image, so good, dude. So good. Right? At least just having anything is better than nothing, but you actually, like, you went above and beyond. That was a really good open graph image, man. Nah, no worries, dude. And it's like the nature of the web these days. Every single thing you want to share socially needs open graph shit, right? And honestly, you could actually fine tune like, oh, does someone like serve a part of your fucking like docs in a way? Well, yeah, you have an open graph image that does that better, right? Like that's the thing, man. And then T Smiley, if you're not aware of what open graph is, when we post a link here on Twitch, right? HTTPS getkraken.com. And I hit enter, right? This thing that shows up, well, yeah, that's an open graph image that we have on getkraken.com. And X, I think we all mean Twitter. Twitter fucking crawls that web page, grabs the open graph stuff in the head of the document, and grabs that image to show herein whatever, right? So anytime you're going to share your shit in any fucking social platform, that means Discord, that means Slack, that means Twitter, that means LinkedIn. When you post a link to a thing, it shows like an image and then the preview text that you want to give it. Yeah, for sure. Exactly, T. Exactly. So anything you're building needs this shit. 1000%. Front-end people like me have known this forever. But if you're a back-end dev that's just building some shit, you might not know about it. Like Program. And it's not to like shout out and be like, oh, how dare they? No, it's just more like, dude, we all need to know this shit. It's easy enough. Fuck it. It's not that hard to build. Java Grunt. Every single product you launch needs open graph images. It needs the headers for that shit. Let me do this. Right? Masijo.com. We go and inspect element, right? Or view page source. Why not? That's actually better. And then we start looking at this shit. Well, okay. Sure. Oh, and it's not like formatted. Hold on. Line wrap. There we go. Oh, and it looks way worse. Fuck. Ugh. Okay, so this sucks. But in general, you got like meta, Twitter card, right? The image that you link to. Meta, Twitter domain, blah, 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 right? Open Graph is the thing in which you let your shit be more openly crawlable by everything. And then you promote your shit via images when someone posts a link to a random page on your docs or whatever, right? So yeah, this sucks because I'm fucking up. There's a better way to make this point, right? Yes, any documentation site you have should be easily crawlable by a fucking clanker. And typically that actually means rendering markdown for various pages when you recognize the user agent for a certain thing, right? Oh, so there is open graph dot xyz. If I could type. This is the best site to check that shit with. I believe Twitter has their own checker, but this is like the one I use from time to time, for sure. All right, so if we were to do it, hold up. Hey, there we go. Shit. I got work to do, but at least we get something, you know? Shit. It's like I smoke weed. It's like I'm fucking drinking whiskey or something. Damn right. Double wink. Oh, yeah. And honestly, there are ways to like see how they show this stuff, right? Within opengraph.xyz, you could like see like what are people seeing? How are certain platforms going to fucking preview this? It's fucking beautiful. This is the site to preview that shit. Right? Yeah, dude. Like they just overlay the shit. So make sure that the thing you want to show has room above the bottom, I want to say like 25% of the image that shows what you want. Otherwise, it's getting covered up by text. Yeah, dude, that's fucking huge. That's a very good call out. Yeah, thanks, program. Yeah, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Let me do this. I don't necessarily do like the shout out thing as much as I should, but hold up. If I could type, god damn it. Program there is the man. Yes, I know my shit got overwritten because they render ATL and all that bullshit. But yeah, dude. Like, seriously. Follow program. I know I rated someone back in the day and they're like, there's no way he invented webhooks. Well, okay. Fuck. All right. Well, he at least coined the term. And yeah, at the bare minimum, and I'm just saying, like, Oh, how could someone have like invented sending a server to server request? Okay, I get it. The person who framed it that way was kind of a dick about it, but at the end of the day, the term webhooks, that's programs. Now, no patent pending because they would never do that shit because they're not a fucking asshole, right? You know, just saying. I have rated someone and shouted you out. You built tools for it, and I get that too. But there are some people that are like, there's no way he invented webhooks. Like, because server to server communication, like, that's existed forever. I disagree. But also, yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. Some people aren't worth convincing, and at the bare minimum, we can just understand that you created the term for it. Right? There we go. Yes. T Smiley. Yes. For sure. How did web registrars work before webhooks? Swiss tourist, do you not realize we're talking about like in the aughts, right? The early aughts. Anything between like 2001 and 2009. Did you ever do web dev in that time? Shit was the fucking Wild West. Shit was the Wild West. So Insanities, yeah, that 2007 article probably references Jeff Lindsay. Program. And before that, yeah, maybe servers did something like it, but they didn't have a word for it. Right? They just didn't have a word for it. But dude, yeah, dude, program. You fucking nailed it. Hell yeah, man. And I'll keep shouting you out. Like, dude, your shit's fucking awesome, man. Your shit's fucking awesome. Exactly. Yeah, damn right, T Smiley. Program is Jeff Lindsay, if you didn't know that. Just saying. Just saying. And then, yeah, shout out fucking Wanix, man. Wanix is really fucking cool. For sure, man. I'm sorry I never actually published like the video and we like chatted about it and all that. Like the stream was fucking awesome and I loved that and I appreciate it. But I am so fucking lazy about my YouTube shit. So that's on me. I apologize. Oh, anytime, man. Dude, I would love it if you could like chat with other people that do a lot of like Go. I'm not saying Prime and their whole fucking podcast would be like 100% in, but like honestly, like why wouldn't they? So I'll at least like I'll reach out to them. Fuck it. I don't know, man. Prime knows I drink the whiskey, but also like me and Prime are, you know, friends. At least internet friends, you know. But at TwitchCon, yeah, we're fucking friends. So I don't know. I'll recommend it for sure. I honestly think like Theo might care too. I know they don't do like guests on like the Theo and Ben podcast, but I think Theo might care. I don't know. I'll recommend it to him. Fuck it. Worst case scenario is says no. Yeah, whatever. Shit. It's like I smoke weed or something. All right, so Arch Armor Yeah, what language do I use? Well, I use Elixir on the back end for the current project you're seeing. That is Masijo, but I do a bunch of shit. Like, I've used Rust. I've even spoken at, like, the Manning Rust conference. I've used Go. Dude, I use all this shit. I don't give a shit. Really, like, every language has a thing it's trying to do the best at, and you should use those things for the thing they do the best at. Do I use Java Spring Boot? I don't. When I'm building a REST API, I have very specific concerns. And really, like, I think Elixir solves those, but I could be wrong. So, hold on. Arch Armor, are you friends with Java Grunt? Because, hold up, man. Take it easy. They're a Java person, and they work on the Spring team. Y'all should probably chat. Now, if you came over from their stream when they raided, well, I get that. That makes sense. And hold on, Java Grunt, did you raid, or were you just chilling? It's like I smoke weed or something. But yeah, personally, myself, I would pick Kotlin over Java for any project I'm building. Yeah. That's a me thing. Sorry. But yes, I've done Go, I've done Rust, I've spoken at a bunch of shit, man. You know? Fuck it, whatever. I just like building, man. I just like making stuff. Fuck me, right? That's why we have a rule about no X versus Y for frameworks or languages or whatever. Just build a fucking thing, man. Just build. That's way more important than the bullshit around, like, how you built it, you know? The thing I am proudest of making, I don't know. I don't have a number for that, but I do have some stuff I'm really proud of. Oh, I guess, hold on. Yeah, Kenny. Kenny's gonna say, well, yeah, if you spin up like an Astro project, you might see like the 4321 port number. I created that idea. For sure. That is my greatest contribution to the world. I came up with 4321 for Astro. Now, they implemented it, but I proposed it. And we did it live on stream. We created that discussion fucking thing for it. And then it's on Astro to actually have done it. But honestly, it fits so fucking well that it's insane. How didn't they think of it? Like, what the fuck, dude? See, I'm really proud of that. That's my greatest contribution to tech. I've done other shit. I don't know, man. I got a GitHub. The clip, I don't think we have a clip. I don't think we have a clip. But it was a thing, for sure. It was definitely a thing. And we can find the fucking discussion if you want, right? GitHub, Astro, 4321 discussion. Sure, why not? New default port number proposed by some devilishly handsome individual. No big deal. Shit. So yeah, 2023, right? Post Clanker, but before the Clankers that were actually good, you know? We used our big old fucking brain to propose this shit. Okay, maybe like our small old brain. Old, you know. But yeah, dude, like, it's so accurate for a thing like Astro. Like, their thing is fucking space. 4321 liftoff, man. Like, obviously. Shit. Shit. It's like I smoke weed or something. Hold up. Let's finish. That's just science. Yeah, exactly. Nah, and just saying, like, dude, is it really that fucking important? No, but it's my greatest legacy on the world. What else will I ever build that has that much of an impact? Nah, man, I brought y'all 4, 3, 2, 1. Shit. Like, dude. Fucking awesome, man, right? Isn't it? Shit. Earth below us, drifting, falling. Hold on, Java Grunt. Are you making a fucking petunias / blue whale reference? Or sperm whale reference? Right? Hitchhiker's Guide? Oh no, not again. Style? I'm pretty sure that's the reference. If not, well, I'm going to own it anyway. Shit. Major Tom 80s. Hold on. Wasn't 2001 like late 70s? Oh, so hold on, Java Grunt. You're saying Major Tom 80s, like you're talking about fucking like Major Tom to ground control, right? That song fucking by David Bowie. Yeah, I get that shit. Sure. Okay, I get that shit. Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. But hold on, when was 1968? Yeah, it was 60s. It was not even a 70s film. I thought it was actually 70s. I knew it wasn't 80s, though. Dude, holy shit. 2001 A Space Odyssey was fucking 1968? No fucking way, dude. And then, hold on, Insanities. Chris Hadfield. Who the fuck is Chris Hadfield? Is that like the fucking astronaut guy? Like the brother or cousin or something of something Hadfield? Oh, no. That's the dude I was thinking of. That's Chris Hadfield. Wait. Doesn't he have a brother that's fucking like a senator or some shit? This dude has like a senator brother, right? Am I fucking that up? Am I misremembering that? Oh, I'm thinking of something Kelly. Nah, you're totally right. There's like the Kelly brothers For some reason, I was mixing that up with Chris Hadfield. Yeah, you're totally right. The mustache, man. It's the fucking mustache. How dare he? But no, Chris Hadfield has done a bunch of like astronaut shit for Canada, which is fucking amazing. Dude, he's been on like a Trailer Park Boys thing for sure. Dude, Chris Hadfield has been on a bunch of shit. He's fucking awesome. But yeah, you're right. So the Kelly twins, yeah, and one of them's a senator. All right, so I was mixing that up. That's on me. That's my bad. Misremembering for sure. My bad. For some reason, they all look related, though. Like, the Kelly twins and fucking Chris Hadfield look like fucking brothers. He's just the thin one. He's like the younger brother. The youngest brother. And yeah, like the dude that is in the Senate, that's fucking Mark Kelly, right? Or I could mix them up, like I forget about Scott Kelly, but yeah, no, I get it, man. I get it. Dude, they're the fucking best. They are the people that should be running all this shit. They got a fucking brain on their head. Right? Maybe they lost some fucking, like, brain cells going up to space, and somehow they still have more than the average senator. Definitely more than fucking Fetterman, you know? That fucking douchebag. Dude's borderline brain dead. But he still walks and talks. You just shouldn't listen to what he says. Fetterman's fucking brain dead. He just somehow still occupies a seat in the Senate. Or whatever, you know? Maybe the House. Who gives a shit? Either way, he's a brain-dead individual occupying a seat that someone with a brain could occupy. Like, what the fuck, dude? And I know brain-dead is a clinical term. Can we just recognize that the dude is basically brain-dead? Right? Colloquially brain-dead? The way that, like, any other human would recognize it? Yeah, I think so. Fucking Fetterman. What a douchebag. Dude has one stroke and goes full on right wing. Yeah. Further cementing the fact that right wing stuff requires brain damage. Right? I've had concussions. I'm still not right wing yet. But maybe I'm like a few concussions away from fucking caring about small government. I don't think so. Fuck no, dude. People deserve money to live, you know? Shit. That's what our taxes pay for, not fucking billionaires. For the first time in a long time now. Yeah, I am protected by the beanie. Yeah, the vibes cannot penetrate. Nah, no. I simply project vibes and the vibes go outward. Yeah, the inward vibes don't matter, man. Now I get it. And I have my closest friend And when I say friend, yeah, do I wish otherwise? Sure. But who gives a shit, man? My connection with another person matters more than like the bullshit I want it to be. There's something about just like, dude, if you've ever read Vonnegut at a high level, the idea of a charis should really matter to you. There are people that I consider part of my charis. Now, granted, yes, it might be a false charis because I'm like having to force it. So charis, hold on. Karass. It is most prominently known in, I believe, Cat's Cradle from Kurt Vonnegut. Right? The fucking novel with Ice Nine. So, honestly, the dude put thought into the novel. If you haven't read it, if you're not aware, well, I get it. And I got the burps. I got the hiccups. I fundamentally believe in the idea of a charis, right? And these are people that you are connected with despite whatever boundary you might be thinking is real, you know? A false charis might be like, you know, the people you go to church with. A false charis might be the people that you like, I don't know, went camping with, or just like there's so many random false charises that it doesn't matter. But a real charis is constructed from people that you are connected with regardless of how much you like separate yourself, right? No, I get it, Dean Dev. Your actual charis is probably people where like no matter what, like you go and do a thing and somehow they're fucking there, dude. You didn't organize it with them, it just happened, right? Like circumstance of meeting up with random fucking people, but somehow it happens. That is a charis. A false charis? Well, yeah, you're fucking sitting there behind a fucking a cloud fucking discernment of like, oh shit, who's using this fucking thing? Who's doing a thing? False charises are always like there. They're fully abundant. Like, dude, I go out to Seattle JS. Everyone at Seattle JS, it's a false charis. The proper charis, it'll make itself known. I'm sorry, like, nah, man, it's probably bullshit. Every single life connection you have is probably bullshit. But a proper charis, dude, that shit transcends time and space. Religion, that is absolutely a false charis. You know? Believe whatever you fucking want. The people you connect with that might even disagree with you, that connection defies fucking reality, you know? And that is a charis. But false charises abound, you know? What's a charis? Like, honestly, man, like, I'm trying to give you the definition. I gave you the definition. You've been here, man. Are you kidding? Literally. Now, come on. You were here since the point where I've been mentioning what a charis is. So take it easy. Come on. But literally, a group of people who are cosmically and spiritually linked, unknowingly, working together to fulfill the will of whatever you define as God. I think the God part is bullshit. But no matter what, are there people that you seem to fucking link up with? Regardless of effort, regardless of anything, right? Nah, man. Your Keras are the people that you are fundamentally connected with cosmically. And that's a separate thing, man. All right, so I love this song. Hold on. Yeah, man, it's a Keras. If you love this song, well, yeah, we can be part of a group, but no, that's a false Keras. Like, we're not fundamentally linked based upon, like, the love of a single song. Like, come on, man. Ugh. Straight to my head like the first cigarette of the day. Yeah, I don't smoke cigarettes, so yeah, this is obviously not a fucking Keras. Like, come on, man. And I don't know this dude, so like, dude, none of this shit fucking matters into the future, you know? Ah, touche, Switzerist. Yeah, the phrase of Keras could probably be like not safe for work. Yeah, I get it. I get it, man. Nah, my bad. My bad. Image like the beads on the rosary. Image takes hold. Now I love the bones of you that I can never escape. Right? Like, dude, yeah, I can't sing it well, but you know what I mean by that. And that's the fucking lyric that we're trying to fucking equate to chillin', man. Yeah, I might be bullshitting. I can't sing for shit. Y'all know I suck at singing. You just heard it. But you know what? Fuck it, man. Whatever. My bad. I do love this song. All right, so I got shit to fucking link and shout out and do bullshit for. I don't even know, man. Yeah, honestly, it's not even worth my attention. Like, yeah, no, we do shit, we do things. Fuck it, man. Fuck it. But it is basically 10 p.m. Oh, wait a second. You know what? We should chill. We should hang out. And I love this song. But yes, we should be chilling. We should just go out to gaming or something right now. What song comes up after this? I don't fucking know. But hold on, I can play other songs, so... Oh, alright. Life does go on. Damn. This song is actually so fucking prescient. Exactly, Java Grunt. Like, dude, this song's fucking dope. And I don't know if this is the one you're talking about, but like, this one's fucking dope. This song's so good. Well, shit. Like, I guess I just gotta play some fucking gaming bullshit over on Gaming Stream. But yeah, Oliver Tree, dude. Yeah, rest in peace, dude. He's got more than this. I want to play the other song, the one I actually like more. We'll play both of them. Fuck it. Why not? Dude, his ability to make like random fucking music videos is really fucking powerful. I think he understood AI music generation more than a lot of people fucking do. I mean, I don't work all day. I work as I work. And the job I have, I think, recognizes that. So come on, work all day? Nah. No one should do that shit. We're listening to a song that's fantastic, though. Howdy doody there, Vigorge, Mr. Sir. Oh, Java Grunt. I mean, dude, if you look at how many hours I stream per year, yeah, I stream more hours on stream than I do actually on the job. I stream 2,000 plus hours a year, for sure. Come on, man. I'm only human. Am I bullshitting? Yeah, I bullshit. I think we all bullshit, you know? All right, so this thing, yeah, no, that's fine. Hold up. What other shit do we do? Oh, Little Dragon Lover Chanting. This song's fucking. Have I done any auto research recently? No, I have not. And dude, I think auto research is the number one way that you can like utilize these fucking models to do real value. But yes, I have not actually optimized for that. So that's on me. You're not wrong, dude. Dude, that's actually really solid. Thank you, VidGorge. Like, dude, fuck yeah, man. Oh, Java Grunt, are you unaware of what auto research actually means? Well, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta pee. If I'm gonna actually like explain this entire thing, I gotta go pee. BRB. Be right back. I gotta pee, man. Okay, so real quick. Hey, yes, like I smoke weed or something. Where y'all at? Shit. All right, so yeah, we're doing some shit, clanker wise. Like we do a bunch of shit. So if yeah, I just want to say, like, honestly, I think I'm fading. I just want to play some games over on gaming stream. Yes, I'm fading. I've been trying to be better about the whiskey. Tonight is not the night. But also, like, it's still better than I've been, right? Shit. Anyone who's been here knows I'm actually, like, better than I've been. Just saying. But instead, yeah, no, man, we should go raid people who is streaming in the category, you know? Like, we've gotten amazing fucking raids. Oh, dude, man, I really appreciate it. The people that raided us are the fucking best. But also, well, I mean, who do we clank on to raid otherwise? Wait, what the fuck is Togglebit going right now? Ah, shit. Dude, we go raid Togglebit. He's the fucking man. He is the nicest fucking dude we know. I mean, is there anyone else we should consider instead? I know I see Evils Presley, but like they're not even a software dev. Like, we'll raid them otherwise. Hypnotic Games, they fucking kill it. Engineer? Ooh, but they're gaming, you know? Oh, Graveyard Keeper. Ooh, dude. Engineer playing Graveyard Keeper. I fucking love that game, by the way. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think our fucking vibe is we just, dude. Yeah, we just go raid Togglebit. Like, he's the man. And if you want to hang out with me as we, like, play some other games, well, that is a CM Griffing thing, right? Like, Griffing and Chill is my other channel, and we do other shit. I might play some League of Legends, like, yeah, so I would recommend not following that stream. But if you do want to hang out later, we got it. I do have, like, food I need to cook, though. So, holy shit. But we're gonna go raid Togglebit. Yeah, he's the man. If I can spell. Hold up, we got it. Oh, I nailed it. Yeah, it's like I smoke weed or something. And there are other songs we would listen to after this song, but you know what? We don't need it. We can listen to it tomorrow. Hell yeah. Shit. Nah, Togglebit's the man. He's actually the best. He's so fucking cool. I'm marginally cool. He's way better. If you doubt that, we'll just watch his stream for a bit. And then, obviously, duh. So yeah, as far as like our other shit goes, well, I will bid farewell to Twitter and YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. But if you want to hang out in like a better stream, Togglebit on Twitch. He's the man. Togglebit. It's actually, you just spell it out, man. Figure it out. Anyway, later, Twitter and YouTube.